Okay, thank you to everyone who has joined. So as I announced earlier, for those of you who are just being let in, we have a number of speakers from a number of different places. And so we're trying to just make some room to make sure they can get in, but we will go ahead and get started for the sake of time, and we will adjust accordingly. But I just wanted to let you all know that and to hopefully bear with us. My name is Layla Brown. I am a member of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, and I will be facilitating today's program. And so I wanted to open us up with a few remarks, and then I'm going to actually play a short clip of Kwame Ture. So I just wanted to start by giving you all a sense of why we're here today. What does it mean to be a lifetime revolutionary? We in the A-APRP-GC understand Kwame Ture to be an exemplar of a lifetime revolutionary. For that reason, we have chosen the theme From Students and Youth to Lifetime Revolutionaries, with a specific focus on the role or the work of women for our 2023 Kwame Ture seminar. In The Wretched of the Earth, when speaking of national culture, Frantz Fanon declared that, quote, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. Later in that same chapter, he went on to declare that his generation's historic mission was to, quote, sanction all revolts, all desperate actions, all those abortive attempts drowned in the rivers of blood. We in the A-APRP-GC affirm that mission. However, we recognize that the goal of those actions are not necessarily clearly stated. In light of this, we declare emphatically that our mission as African peoples, as the oppressed masses of African people, is to wage class struggle in both Africa and the diaspora for one unified socialist Africa. In 1979, during a speech at the University of Georgia, Kwame Ture declared, quote, we need to be more conscious of our responsibility as human beings and, more importantly, as Africans. And in order to do so, we must understand our history. If one has no history, one can have no understanding, no tools to analyze the present, let alone map out the future. He directed these remarks to the students present in the room, asking them to consider the true role of the university in a capitalist society. Ture rightly concluded that the role of the university in a capitalist society is to reproduce capitalist, i.e. exploitative logics and modes of relationality, and above all else, to maintain the status quo. As such, university students in particular have a critical role to play in disrupting one of the primary mechanisms for maintaining the status quo, that is the university, and its capacity to produce educated individuals with no sense of accountability to their larger communities. We have a responsibility to make history. One of the fundamental tasks of students, youth, women, intellectuals, activists, workers, etc., is not to be seduced by the exploitative and individualistic logic of the capitalist societies we inhabit, but instead to use our education in the service of our people. With that in mind, we have invited a wide array of comrades representing different elements of the global struggle for freedom and liberation of all African peoples today. So at this point, I'm going to play a brief 10-minute clip of Kwame Ture, and then we will get started with our speakers.
In the late 50s, based on the resolutions passed at the 5th Pan-African Congress in 1945, a decision was made that Africans the world over must create mass organizations and mass movements to confront colonialism in Africa and the Caribbean in the final round, and also to confront racism and economic exploitation in the United States. From 1945 to 1960, within 15 short years of this conference, over 230 million Africans were to gain independence. Swiftly following in that wake, the Caribbean was to light a fire with independence movement, and of course, the United States of America itself, beginning its mass movement since the mid-50s with Martin Luther King and the Montgomery boycott, came to show mass movements everywhere. The American capitalist system, in the wake of the independence struggle in Africa, was trying everywhere to demonstrate to countries just struggling against colonial powers in Europe that it was not like the European powers, that it was not racist, it was democratic, it never had colonies, etc., etc. The African masses in America came to put that lie to rest quickly. Human beings, like animals of the lower form, have instincts. Human beings, unlike animals of the lower form, have the ability to think and reason. The lesson then must be clear. All of our instincts at all times, under all conditions, must be governed by reason. The instinctive struggle of the 60s, the spontaneous struggle of the 60s, the unconscious struggle of the 60s, if they are to serve to us as lessons, must come to be qualified in conscious movements, rational movements, and planned movements. Consequently, to transform our movement, to push it to higher levels, which it must go, because we will arrive at our freedom, if even instinctively, we must come here to put ration and clear reasoning to our struggle and organize the masses of our people. Students, of course, have a role in any society, capitalist society, socialist society, and their role is to institutionalize the values of the given society. Of course, in a capitalist system, this should be done unconsciously. But students are the spark of revolution. Of course, we make a difference here between revolution and reform. Those who want reform seek to work, I guess, from the top down. Those of us who understand fundamental changes know it must come from the bottom up. The students, of course, always work at the point of ideas in a society. Their job is to acquire knowledge, and of course, this knowledge which they acquired is geared by an ideology which tells them what to do with it. So if you're a doctor, instead of curing cancer, you should turn a man to a woman to get money, even though she can't make babies. That was life. Students, we say, at the point of ideas and the point of values. When one speaks of revolution, one speaks of overturning the values of a given society. If one is not speaking of overturning the values, then one speaks of reform. Thus, one can join the Democratic Party. We're not here to overturn its value. But certainly if one is here for revolution and one is here for people's liberation, one would know that a corrupt instrument can never lead a people to liberation at all. Students, then, we say, come to question the values of a society. Of course, in relationship to the values, students, just like anyone in any society, have but two alternatives. Either they accept the values or they reject the values. It's as simple as that. Of course, if they reject the values, they have a responsibility to find alternative values. But either you accept cheating as a student or you reject it. It's as simple as that. Either you accept any value in a society or you reject it. Students, once having rejected a society, bringing together their ideas and their energies and strength to work against these values, connected with the masses, always give us revolution. Thus, from the 60s, while a reform movement, we were able to see that students, joined with the masses of the people, came to bring a lot of changes to the country. Thus, we must not confuse ourselves. The job of students is clear here. Their job is to spark revolution. Students cannot carry revolution through to the end. The final triumph of revolution must be carried through to the end by the masses, the workers and the peasants. But students play a crucial role. We say they spark revolution. Certainly, if we did not recognize this, the enemy did. The FBI, before the 60s, did not have informers on college campus. After the 60s, they put an informer on every college campus in the country. Their job was simple: stop any activity at all that runs against the status quo. We say it's the mobilized people who can allow this, because when you're mobilized and fight like an animal, after you get tired and you wind down, then the enemy comes back stronger than he did before. Students spark revolution, and we must work everywhere to have students live up to their responsibility of sparking revolution. Here, of course, it calls for the students properly understanding the role of knowledge. Knowledge has but one purpose. Its purpose is to alleviate the sufferings of humanity. Knowledge has but one purpose. Its purpose is to alleviate the sufferings of humanity. Capitalism is a backward and stupid system. Capitalism is a contemptuous system. Capitalism is a system based on profit. It will make a commodity out of everything. It will take my mother and sell her on a slave block. It will make students acquire knowledge and make them sell their knowledge on the slave block to advance themselves rather than serving humanity. The struggle becomes especially crucial for African students. We say no individual African in this country makes any advance unless it is a result as mass struggle. Any student sitting in any seat in any college know that they didn't gain that seat through their own individual talents, but only through the struggles of the masses of their people. Thus, that seat belongs to the people. The knowledge they acquire there must be used for the people, otherwise they have already betrayed the people and have repeated errors. Thus, students have a responsibility to use their knowledge to help advance the struggles of humanity. We say the lessons here must be properly understood, and the students going to spark these movements must go properly organized in order to bring organizational skills to the masses of the people. Of course, the job of the system, the job of the enemy, is to confuse you and to let you think that your interest and your history is the same as that of your oppressor. As a matter of fact, the job of the master is to convince the slave that the master is really concerned about the interests of the slave. And if the master doesn't do well, the slave will be in trouble. Any slave who believes that he has the same interests as the master will pick cotton at night. All slaves must understand that their interests are diametrically opposed to the interests of the master. Not only are they diametrically opposed, they are antagonisms to each other. What is good for the master is bad for the slave. What's bad for the master is good for the slave. The other day, having a discussion with an elderly man, he came to say to me, Kwame Ture, you always up on the college campus with our students. I said, oh yes, I work with them all the time. He said, they are more unconscious. They're so unconscious, they're more unconscious than you were when you were a student. I said, never. He said, yes. I said, no, if they're more unconscious than we were, our work was in vain in the 60s. He said, no, I'm telling you, they're more unconscious than you are. I said, no, they cannot be. He said, if you go up on the college campus and talk to them, they know nothing about Martin Luther King, they know nothing about Malcolm X. I said, that's correct. We don't teach them. But one thing is certain, you cannot put them on the back of a bus. Once history is made, it cannot be unmade. The job of the enemy is to push the people back. Once we broke out of slavery, they did everything possible to push us back into slavery. No, sharecropping, yes, but not slavery. Since the 60s, they've been doing everything else to push us back. But once a man or a woman has learned something, as Sigmund Freud has scientifically demonstrated, it never leaves the mind, even if he thinks he's forgotten it. And once the people have learned something through struggle, never can they forget it. Consequently, the struggles of the 60s you must understood, are already ingrained in the culture of the people, making them more determined to fight, not less. You must not become confused by the American capitalist system, which holds up betrayers of the people's struggle as representatives of the people. In any army in the world, if you desert, you should get shot. It's a law. Certainly you must be shot. And if you volunteer for an army, you should be shot twice. Of course. Of course. You volunteer for the people's army. The people go to fight. They're ready to fight. You say, I'm leaving. What do you mean you're leaving? But if you will look at our struggle since the 60s, you will see nothing but betrayals by the petty bourgeois elements in our society. The African bourgeoisie is the most corrupt bourgeoisie in the world. In Africa, they seek luxury in the midst of mass suffering. There are more Mercedes in Africa than in any other continent in the world. As soon as they arrive at a position based on this blood of the people, they snatch that position and run away from the people. But you must not think that they represent the people. They only represent their opportunistic self, using the people every step of the way. So you must not be confused. The class struggle in the African Revolution must be more ruthless and uncompromising than in any other revolution. Here then the masses must come without pity and without mercy to trample upon these reactionary pigs who, after the people have gained struggle through their blood, come to hand back the gains on a silver platter to the very enemy the people fought. This will come as a natural consequence. The people themselves are everywhere screaming that it's time for them to deal with these reactionary pigs. Even in America, they say, our leaders must be held accountable. They're only saying here that these people must be accountable to those who made it possible for them to get there. Thus, not only is the revolution inevitable, but it is clarifying itself and it is qualifying itself. For the African masses everywhere, the clairpoised position now for class struggle has become inevitable and irreversible. The petty bourgeoisie everywhere will be running for cover, but the masses will spare them not.
So just to be clear, we will have So we have two sections to our program today. The first part of our program will focus more explicitly on the roles of students and youth. And the second portion of our program will focus more explicitly on the role of women, though we understand these categories are not mutually exclusive and things will come up across both. But there will be an opportunity for questions and answers to engage with the speakers at the end of each section. So as you all may or may not know, because of the blockade, the embargo with Cuba, Zoom is one of the software platforms that is unavailable to folks in Cuba. So we have a very short video that was sent in solidarity from the Young Communist Union of Cuba. So I will play that and then we'll go to our live speakers for the day.
Greetings from Havana to all Revolutionary African Party in the middle of the celebration of this seminar about the role of women in the freedom movement. We are so happy, especially the younger generation, to know this kind of events, to remember the battle for peace and dignity in this part of the continent. Comrades, until the victory, always.
Hello everybody, we are happy to know that you are celebrating the All-African Revolutionary Party in order to recognize the women and youth participation in your freedom movement. For us, that is important, taking into account our history together and the contribution of our country in your revolutions.
Okay, so I will move on to our next speaker, who is a representative of the Palestinian youth movement, and that is Miranda Mlilo. Please correct me if I mispronounce your name, but you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Miranda Mlilo. Mlilo is Zimbabwean Ndebele last name, meaning fire. My name is Miranda. I'm from the Palestinian youth movement. I'm Palestinian and Zimbabwean, and it's such an honor to be here. And thank you to the A-APRP-GC and the other incredible panelists today. So I wanted to share a little bit about what we believe the role of youth is in fighting for our liberation against Zionism and against our daily Nakba. But I'll first start by saying the Palestinian youth movement is a transnational, independent, grassroots movement of young Palestinians and Arabs in Palestine and in exile worldwide. So I'll start by saying 2023 has been one of the bloodiest years for Palestinians in decades. And there's been an increase in Zionist colonial violence, raids, demolitions, and massacres that have been intensifying as collective punishment against the growing tide of resistance from our people. But we also see that the desperation to suppress any Palestinian resistance has failed and will continue to fail because our people, especially our youth, remain brave and steadfast and united in our fight. And as Palestinian and Arab youth, this struggle is our responsibility and belongs to us. And we know that historically, youth have played a powerful and significant role in driving our movement forward and, importantly, in diaspora. In diaspora, our role is not just standing in solidarity with our people back home, but to actively participate in our struggle. We know that we have as much of a responsibility towards it in diaspora as the rest of our people. But right now, though, we're seeing a lot of depoliticization amongst our community and our youth. And this is a trend that we've been seeing since the Oslo Accords. So post-Oslo Accords, our institutions were taken over by the creation of this new Palestinian state. And prior to Oslo, we had an abundance of national institutions that existed basically wherever our people were in exile and not at all confined to borders. And so then there was a high degree of organization and opportunity for our people to be politically active no matter where they were, and people were motivated to do so based on their material conditions. But post-Oslo, the Palestinian Authority, the PA, built up this capacity to function as a state within these newly drawn borders, and that crippled our institutions and diverted energy away from our liberation struggle. And so this also led to the deprioritization of refugees and right of return, and the consequences of that were that people in exile lost their political home. So what this means for us as the PYM is that we now deal with the challenges of being a generation born post-Oslo and the challenge of repoliticizing ourselves and rebuilding political homes for ourselves in diaspora and making sure to center the struggle in our everyday lives. And in PYM, we believe in the traditional role that youth have always and that they've always played in the revolution. And we're trying to continue to build the space for us to contribute to our national liberation by growing the strength and power of our movement as a collective rather than as individuals or as a reactive response to Zionism, but confronting Zionism on a daily basis. I'd also like to share some words that were written by the prisoners movement in Palestine and addressed to us at the PYM. They said, if the student and youth movement inside Palestine represent the strength and the focal point of our resistance struggle against the occupation, then the Palestinian youth in diaspora are its sustenance. So we know that we must carry forward our collective history of our national liberation project and become active participants in our struggle and be that sustenance for our movement that the prisoners in Palestine are talking about. And so we know that students have always played a significant role in the forefront of large social change, but students have always done so specifically. So in that previous clip, Kwame Ture said that students spark revolution. And the reason that's the case is because revolution is sparked from the overturning of values and the challenging of norms, and students are perfectly situated to question these values and create mass support around new ideas and new structures. And students are expected by society to just take the ideas of their institution and apply it to be workers in the already existing system. And so we see that students are faced with this choice, which is, on one hand, will I accept these ideals? Or on the other, will I reject them and build power to dismantle this existing oppressive system? And we've seen that a lot of these social movements have been led by students. And back home in Palestine, our students are on the front lines. And over the years, thousands of Palestinian university students have been targeted for arrest and persecution by the Zionist state. We've seen that Palestinian universities have been frequently raided by Israeli occupation forces, student organizations' offices have been ransacked, and their belongings confiscated and destroyed. And that's in Palestine. But we also see college campuses in the US, and especially DC, which is where I'm based in my chapter of the PYM. We see that these college campuses contain this microcosm of Zionism and imperialism. And we know that these institutions have a lot to gain politically and especially monetarily by upholding the status quo. And so millions of dollars are invested in the military industrial complex and the prison industrial complex, and they're trying to churn out these workers that will work for these companies that ultimately seek to destroy us and profit off of our oppression. So the way that students are combating this is by leading boycott, divestment, and sanction BDS campaigns against their university's endowments and mobilizing their campus against Zionism. And students are also protesting exchanges with Israeli universities and disrupting the normalization of Zionist events on campus. And we know that their work remains incredibly crucial to our liberation. The role of youth, besides this active confrontation against Zionism, is to also learn and study from those that came before us and learn lessons from political education, not just as a tactic, but a core principle. And we rely really heavily on this to learn about our own struggle and other struggles. Hassan Kanafani, a famous Palestinian freedom fighter, said, "The goal of education is to correct the march of history. For the reason we need to study history and to apprehend its dialectics in order to build a new historical era in which the oppressed will live after their liberation by revolutionary violence from the contradiction that captivated them." And Fred Hampton said, "You can't build a revolution without education." And he specifically means revolutionary education, because we know in our struggle for liberation, without grounding our work in revolutionary education, people will accept these conditions forced upon them if it's packaged to sound like liberation, whether or not it is. And I also want to talk about how Zionism and imperialism are two sides of the same coin. We know that the interests of Zionists inherently contradict the values and principles of oppressed peoples and movements globally. We know, and Zionists are very open about the fact, that Israel was created to be this beacon of Western light in a barbaric Arab world. And that's why they have the support from the most racist regimes around the world, the US and apartheid South Africa, etc. And they work to crush liberation movements globally and not just in Palestine. I always bring up this quote, being a Zimbabwean as well as being a Palestinian, but Theodore Herzl, who is the founder of modern Zionism, wrote a letter to Cecil Rhodes, who colonized Zimbabwe, formerly Rhodesia. And he wrote to him, "You're being invited to help make history. It doesn't involve Africa, but a piece of Asia Minor. Not Englishmen, but Jews. How then do I happen to turn to you, since this is an out-of-the-way matter for you? How indeed? Because it is something colonial. So basically what he's saying is that, sure, this isn't happening in Africa, it's happening in the Middle East, but I think you'd be interested because it's a colony. And that is written in paper, but they still now like to deny that they're a colonial state when that was the complete reason for their foundation, is being this colony and this beacon of Western civilization. So we know from examples like this and studying history that our mass movement is inherently intersectional. And as our organizers, it is our role to serve our community through sustained political education and engagement, and to show up alongside other communities who are struggling for their own liberation, because we will win together. And solidarity isn't just a slogan, but it is an actual substantive support for the struggle of people against imperialism and colonialism all over the world. And we have to recognize that all of our struggles are connected because we have the same enemies, and we must confront the enemy on all fronts. And we know that joint struggle is not transactional, it's not conditional. Resistance should not have geographical limitations, and it should not be contingent on self-interest. We have to understand these concepts within the logic of imperialism. Capital seeks to expand and dominate. Therefore, we counteract that through coalition and solidarity. And so as an example for our chapter of PYM's local context in DC, the Black community in DC is facing constant violence in the community through gentrification, police violence, murder, and economic repression. And there's been a historical relationship between Black and Palestinian liberation movements, and it's been longstanding and rose throughout the civil rights movement and Black Power movement. And so I can point to prominent Black leaders like Malcolm X, James Baldwin, Huey Newton, Angela Davis, Kwame Ture, who've all engaged with Palestinian liberation, whether through visiting refugee camps or going to Palestine or issuing statements of support through their organizations. Even Fred Hampton in Chicago, Black Panther Party, included Palestinian community leaders in his liberation coalition. And then we can also look to writers and thinkers like Frantz Fanon, who provided Palestinians and the world a framework to understand anti-colonial struggles. And he linked Black and African and Arab struggles for liberation across the globe, which has strengthened all of our movements. And so with this framework as guidance, we understand that similar oppressive systems, such as mass incarceration and the joint exchange of tactics, trainings, and technology, play a role in our collective conditions. And so we must work together in joint struggle if we're to achieve liberation. And besides just the Black struggle in general, we can also see that Zionism has a direct impact on African liberation. Kwame Ture also said once, if one supports, aids, and abets Zionism, they are in fact opposed to the interest of the African people. And Kwame Nkrumah speaks to the enemies of African unity, specifically mentioning the USA, Britain, Germany, France, Israel, Rhodesia, and South Africa. So why is this the case? Besides the idea of joint struggle and collective liberation, Zionism has a direct tie to the subjugation of African people and African unity. For example, Israel exports weapons, technologies, training, and techniques of violence for use by governments and corporations against populations around the world. And so Israel will use US funding to occupy Palestine and to fund their military campaigns. And basically what this does is it turns turns Palestinians and Palestine into a laboratory to develop weapons and surveil technology and tactics of population control that they test on Palestinians and then market across the globe, especially in Africa. And Israel's use of forced displacement, surveillance, and military occupation have resulted in placing it at the forefront of a global industry of repression. And it develops, manufactures, and markets technologies that are used by armies and police around the world for purposes of repression. And we also know that Zionist groups have played an active role in promoting the racist narrative that Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims are terrorists and extremists. And this bolsters, their effort to paint Israel as the only democracy in this backwards region and as an attempt to whitewash its crimes. And so over the decades, this has contributed to Orientalist and Islamophobic analysis of Arabs and Muslims, which promotes US policies such as the war on terror. And the war on terror leads to the invasion and bombing of Muslim majority countries and the criminalization of Muslim American communities through FBI surveillance and entrapment and other harmful policies. So all that being said, why do we organize? We organize as part of a collective because we realize that there's a role for everyone in struggle. We know that knowledge of our political situation isn't enough, and even being an individual with political opinions isn't enough. It has to be put into an organization. It has to be put into a vehicle through which you can carry out your theory and turn it into praxis as part of a collective and contributing to that necessary work. And so we as the younger generation, we will not let one tear be shed in vain, not one bulldozed house, not one of our people lost in vain, because we're inspired by the passion and steadfastness and determination, militancy and urgency of each of our people that came before us. And we'll never forget what our people have endured and the way that they have been and continue to fight. We can't afford to lose, and we have everything that we need to win, and we will win when all of us contribute to our struggle. And I'll just end with this Kwame Ture quote. He speaks of his dreams when he said, "My dreams are rooted in reality, not in imagery. I dream, number one, of having coffee with my wife in South Africa, and number two, of having mint tea in Palestine. And I share this because it's also my dream, liberation for my homeland." So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution, Miranda. I know we in the A-APRP-GC always have been very adamant about our support for Palestinian struggles. And sometimes, you know, people ask questions about why we are so intent on highlighting the issues of Palestinian people, and that's because we know that Zionism is settler colonialism by yet another name. And so we thank you for that contribution, and we look forward to interacting with you in the Q&A. Let's see. Okay, so our next speaker from the National FSM movement in Niger, it's Hamadou Ibrahim. I believe Hamadou is present. I saw him earlier. Yes, Hamadou, if you could unmute, and you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much to take the floor. I am a French speaker. I am from Niger, and I am Hamadou Ibrahim, the Free Trade Union in Niger Workers Trade Union. In French, we call it Union des syndicats libres des travailleurs du Niger, USLT, who is affiliated to the FSM, the World Federation of Trade Union. And our ideology is to fight against imperialism. So for us, the coup d'etat is an historical event because of this discrimination that we have been faced so many a long time. So it is a kind of a liberation, a freedom, historical freedom, and which we can use it like an international event in order to liberate all Africa. Because when we see the secret, the 11 secret of the Convention of France, we saw that we always be maintained as a slave by France. So this coup d'etat is a kind of an historical event for us to liberate all Niger, and in spite of Niger, all Africa. So that's why all the movement of the people is around this military putsch. So it's not that we always accept the coup d'etat, but this one is a kind of liberation event. It's because of that all the Niger people claim this coup d'etat, and the most people, the majority, is against the imperialism because now they understand the meaning of this slavery that France is maintaining Niger people about this neocolonialism. So it's because of that we say no to France, no to imperialism, and we have to exploit our own mineral resources. That's the issue why people are united together in order to fulfill the objective to liberate our country. Thank you very much. And I am very, very happy to see that there is this kind of organization who is committed to liberate all Africa, to liberate Black people, to liberate all oppressed people. And that is our ideology. And now it is our weather who is blowing now. And we know that with you, with your international solidarity, we can do everything, and we can fulfill our objective in order to liberate our countries from neocolonialism. That is the one I want to introduce. And well, I would like to say that I am also national coordinator of the WFTU of Niger, FSM Niger. So we are affiliated on the WFTU, and we are a confederation, many confederation of trade unions, many non-governmental organizations, many associations, and we deal also with Socialist Party, with Communist Party, and we are also sharing with bilateral cooperation with the Communism of Canada, the Communism of USA, the Hand of A-AWRU of USA, the Communism of Australia, and the Communism of Belgium, the other countries like France and Spain. Also, we do bilateral cooperation with those organizations who share the same ideology, the struggling against imperialism. So we know that with this ideology, we can struggle in order to fight and make free all our workers from this neocolonialism, from this bad convention who has been signed by our seniors since for many years ago, and now we denounce toward the coup d'etat this 11 convention which maintain our countries in this system of imperialism. Thank you very much. This is just an introduction because I have been late. I'm sorry because we get the bad measure of the ECOWAS and the UMOA who maintain the electricity, the cutting of the electricity. Internet also is doing by the electricity. And now we are challenged, and we know that we have to do our best. We get the might, we get the strength, and no one can make us afraid with this intervention of ECOWAS, because we know that is an entire way that they want to use it is because of their own interest, particularly the interest of France. So we know that if African get their mind, if Africans get their sense, we know we cannot understand how African can use weapon against another Africans. Is inhuman. Is inhuman. We can understand. But we know that all the people now in the country understood that the problem is from France, that the imperialists want to maintain the system of neo-colonialism in order to exploit our countries. So we are together. I thank you very much. I'm very, very happy. And I'm also very sorry to be late because of this technical connection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We completely understand about the technical difficulties that you are dealing with, obviously, but we appreciate your ability to be with us and share today and give us context for what's happening in Niger and a little, and maybe it'll come up in the Q&A of what's happening in Francophone West Africa more broadly. So thank you, and please hang on for Q&A. So our next speaker is from the Osadrifo Youth Movement in Ghana. That is Makeda Essien Dadson. Please, again, correct me if I mispronounce your name, but Makeda, I believe.
First of all, my name is Makeda Essien Dadson. I'm a Ghanaian and an Ethiopian as well, but I'm based in Ghana at the moment. And so I'm a computer science student and a radio presenter as well. Today's topic, first of all, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the group that's hosting us and for sharing our message across the world. It means a lot to us, but it looks like there's a lot of work to do as Pan-Africanists. And so today's topic, I want to talk about the youth and women in the struggle of Pan-Africanism. And so in Ghana, which is a politically biased country, sorry to say, but a lot of the youth are being hindered because of a lot of political affiliation. So sometimes groups like the Osadrifo Youth Movement, which is political, but not a political party, sometimes get hindered because of the message we try to send across. So we all know that Pan-Africanism is a movement that seeks to promote solidarity, unity, and cooperation among people of African descent, regardless of their geographical location. So this actually emerged in response to the historical experiences of colonization, slavery, and racial oppression that affected African people worldwide. So Pan-Africanism actually advocates for the recognition of a shared African heritage and culture, as well as pursuit of common political, social, and economic goals. So we've had key figures in the movement, which have included Haile Selassie, Marcus Garvey, W.E.B. Du Bois, Kwame Nkrumah, Malcolm X, amongst many others. So the movement has actually played a significant role in the decolonization process in Africa and continues to influence discussion of one identity, empowerment, and social justice. So the role of students and youth in the struggle of Pan-Africanism as a lifetime struggle is actually enormous. Student, youth, and women from various backgrounds have actually engaged in active resistance and liberation struggles. Others have made a major contribution to the development of the continent through their work as agricultural producers and entrepreneurs. However, student, youth, and women are mostly not captured, but African women know what Pan-Africanism struggles entails. So most of the time we see the men as the frontline headers of this initiative, and we mostly see the women behind the scenes or in the background, but there's been quite a number of women who have been in the limelight promoting Pan-Africanism in Africa and worldwide. So Pan-Africanism has actually given Africa, the movement has actually given the women the opportunity to voice out their concerns while supporting the men and promoting the movement. So after the Second World War, Pan-Africanism spread to Africa, where it was taken up in the struggle against colonialism before becoming the political vision of states that acceded to independence in the 1960s. As at that time, African women were portrayed as subordinates, that is submissive, subdued, passive, and subjugated. However, they started to erase this perception through widespread resistance efforts. This was led by both elites and grassroots African women who demonstrated a courageous sense of responsibility towards protecting their country. Quite ordinarily, mothers and young girls and student youth could become heroines overnight, urging their people to react to the foreign threats and thus becoming leading figures of the nascent African nationalism. Notable among them were Queen Ibedi Nziga, also known as Nziga in Angola in the 17th century, Kimpa Vita, also known as Dona Beatrice, who both actually urged the people to rise against the Portuguese during the colonial era. We also have Queen Ndita Yala of Senegal, Sarunia Mungu of Niger, and our very own Yason Toa of Ghana, and the student youth of apartheid regime and the student youth young women of South Africa, and the struggle to be liberated of colonialism from whites in South Africa. So we all know student youth and women struggles in Pan-Africanism cannot be complete without the extraordinary track records of Anna Julia Cooper and Jane Rose Roberts, all of them Black Americans who fought against slave trade and Black imperialism to emancipate Black men from freedom. So even though we have Africans who live in the diaspora or Africans who are actually not based in Ghana or other African countries, they're still Africans. We spread the same message. We are one people. We have one goal. We have one mission. We have one motive, and that is freedom. So it doesn't really matter where we find ourselves on the globe, as long as we have one heart and one mind and one soul, our messages can be spread across regardless of where we find ourselves. But today's topic, I want to focus more on the struggles and developments that we actually do not get in this part of my country, Ghana, because of a lot of political infiltration and also other vices that actually do not promote the Pan-Africanism. And one of them is actually limited resources. So we all know that when we find ourselves in a place where we have limited resources in respect to financial, it becomes very difficult and hard to spread the messages across, because it will take a lot in terms of resources to get people to understand the messages that we are spreading. And also, it also prevents us from getting people to come together and spread the message as well. Another thing is also lack of education. Another major hindrance, because in Ghana, it's actually an English-speaking country, and there are most of the local people are not really educated, and so the masses, the few who are educated, are not really enthused about Pan-Africanism, because one, everybody is money hungry, everybody is looking for a job that can take care of the family and just mind their business. They don't want to get themselves involved in something that they feel wouldn't contribute to them financially. So they would rather like to be in their corner and just do their menial jobs, get their money, and then move forward. So I feel like inadequate education opportunities have actually hindered a lot of young Pan-Africanists from fully understanding the historical and cultural significance of the movement, and thus have limited their inability to advocate effectively. So another thing that has been unemployment and economic struggles. Well, currently, Ghana is facing a lot of backlash with regards to the excessive borrowing and the loans that we owe the IMF and the World Bank. And so it has gotten to the extent that the young ones, especially the youth, are finding it hard and difficult to get employment. And so just imagine someone who doesn't have a job, you go to them and go and preach to them about Pan-Africanism and why we as Africans should come together to make Africa better. They feel like, you know what? Each man for himself, God for us all. So it actually takes someone with a bold heart, someone who is courageous, someone who wants to change Africa and make their country better to actually, you know, give in to such a cause. So, and mostly, I mean, if there's no job, definitely there's no money. So then it becomes difficult for the young ones and the youth as myself to actually be motivated to promote such a course. Another thing I spoke about, which I actually did earlier on, is the political repression. So in politically influential countries such as Ghana, youth engaged in Pan-Africanist activities do face government censorship, surveillance, or even persecution, which later discourages their involvement in case of the few ones who are interested in the movement because they see you as a threat. For example, Osagefo Youth Movement, it's about Kwame Nkrumah. It talks about his ideologies, he talks about his works, it talks about his mission, it talks about his plans for Ghana. And we all know how he ended up when he was executed and sent away from his country. So when people see, other political parties see such groups advocating for Kwame Nkrumah, they see them as a threat. And because the messages that they are spreading across do not align with what we are talking about, they feel like, okay, well, if their country, if the youth gets to know of such a group, then they'll be threatened. Their lives wouldn't be able to move forward because then the youth would see the light. And so they would stop following these big political parties who have been a hindrance and actually impeded the development of the country. So that becomes very difficult for them to fully give in to such a cause of promoting African Pan-Africanism. So there's another thing I would also want to talk about, the limited civic engagement. So poverty and political influence have also created apathy and cynicism among youth, making them less likely to engage in political and social events such as the Osagefo Youth Movement. And also another thing that I have also noticed, the lack of representation. Well, I haven't seen, apart from myself and a few other young ones, I haven't seen a lot of youth who are actually promoting one African unity, promoting one African agenda, preaching about one Africa and Pan-Africanism. It's mostly about just political stuffs. And so I feel like myself and the others, we have a lot of work to do because we do not have a lot of representation. And so I feel like despite our significant role, young Pan-Africans might find it challenging to have their voices heard in a political landscape dominated by the older generations. So another thing I've also noticed is the social fragmentation. So economic hardships and political divisions has led to social fragmentation, making it difficult for us, the youth, to organize and collaborate effectively. Another thing has been the lack of fundings. So initiatives driven by Pan-Africanist youth struggle to secure funding due to economic challenges and limited access to funding. And also brain drain. So the allure of better opportunities abroad has also resulted in talented and motivated youth to emigrate, leaving their country with the loss of potential leaders and activists. Well, that is a very true fact in Ghana, especially now with the economic hardships that we are facing. A lot of young ones are eloping to greener pastures. They're leaving to the UK, the US, Canada. A lot of them are leaving because of economic hardships. They are going to find greener pastures. They're going to find a better job. They're going to find better education. Some of them are going to do their masters. So it's a lot. And this year has actually received an enormous increase with the number of people who are actually traveling outside of the country because there are a lack of jobs. And even if they are able to get jobs, the salaries are less. The salaries are barely able to hold them together. So everybody's just leaving. Everybody's just leaving to find a better place to, you know. Sometimes when they go, the jobs they get is not all that good, but just for them to survive, they'll just do anything that they have to do just to be able to buy bread and send some over to their families over here as well. So another thing too has been the political manipulation. So political elites do attempt to co-opt or manipulate youth-led Pan-Africanist efforts for their own gain and thus dilute the authenticity of the movement. So especially the young ones who are advocating for such a cause, when the older old people, I mean, the elderly people in the who are politically affiliated try to see this, they try to, you know, coerce them with money, good jobs, and so many incentives just to, you know, derail them from what the cause is. So sometimes these movements are organized, and then you see that because the youth have like a stronger voice, and especially in Ghana, there are a lot of youth. The youth outnumber the older people. So when they start realizing that, they start to, you know, deceive them and start to coerce them, try to bribe their way, give them money, you know, and a whole lot of things just to, you know, get them to their side. And at the end of the day, it never ends well because the agenda gets destroyed and the money ends and the life becomes miserable. So at the end of the day, there has been a lot of political manipulation in the movements that tends to bring all Africans together and advocate for a good cause because as they say, the devil never likes good things. It will always find a way to, you know, bring a bad nut just to destroy everything. Well, I feel like even though there has been a lot of negative things going on with regards to the youth and the women in promoting Pan-Africanism and the underdevelopment that we've been going through, I feel like there's also more we can do as people, as students, as women, as the youth, by educating and giving more awareness, raising more awareness about Pan-Africanism by organizing discussions, seminars, and educational events. We can also engage our peers in meaningful conversations about the movements and goals. Advocacy. I feel like students have the power to advocate for Pan-Africanist ideals on campuses and in their communities. They can mobilize support, promote unity, and demand change through petitions and rallies. Research and scholarship can also promote academic research, contribute to a deeper understanding of Pan-African history, culture, and challenges. I also feel the youth can do more by innovation. So the young youth, innovative ideas and technological skills to the movement. I, for instance, have started something on my own in the rural area of where I come from. And that is starting a training center, a free training center for the younger ones. It's baby steps, but I actually am happy about how far it's going. I haven't really done much, but I'm just teaching languages. I am teaching what I was taught in school, which is regards to IT, because the world is actually in a digital space. But in a country such as Ghana, it's baby steps. We are crawling. And so most often, those in the rural areas actually lack a lot of IT systems, IT education. And so I have put in it upon myself to go to these rural areas every now and then and go and teach them in my free time. There's actually a lot I want to do, but due to my work and school, I do not get enough time to do more of what I want to do, but we'll get there. Also, another thing that's in my school, I'm actually a career peer advisor. And so I have enormous knowledge when it comes to advising the younger ones on the career courses that they want to take. And so I feel like if I'm able to get more people who are leadership oriented, we can educate more of these younger ones who are coming up. Because now you go on social media and you see a lot of these young ones on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram. And sometimes I get saddened by it, because for me, I always say that I was lucky to grow up with parents who knew the true importance of Pan-Africanism. And so they inculcated that education in me. But what happens to those who do not know anything about Pan-Africanism, or who do not have any knowledge about making your country better, or making all African people, seeing all African people as one people, not your own people? What about them? What happens to them? So I feel like when we get a lot of people involved, especially the youth, involved in these career peer courses and webinars and, conferences, and preach more about Pan-Africanism, it would help a lot. It would go a lot to bring the younger ones who are coming up to know how important it is to get involved in Pan-Africanism, because the world is going global. A lot of African countries are realizing how important it is for us to be together. For example, if I have to travel to Egypt, I know that I do not need a visa to go, but when I'm going to Egypt, I need a visa. So imagine if we all African countries decide to come together and put our heads together and fight for one cause where we all can travel freely in various countries, in various African countries. It would be easy, because sometimes it's even cheaper to travel outside of Africa than to travel in Africa, which is sad, because if I want to go to Zimbabwe, if I have to go to Niger, if I have to go to Nigeria, if I have to go to any other African country. It shouldn't be expensive, or it shouldn't be difficult for me, regardless of the language barriers. But here we find ourselves where sometimes you need to bribe your way to even visit another African country. And sometimes you're even exploited visiting another African country. And so I feel like we, the youth, have a long way to go. And even if the older generations have started, it shows that we can continue what they are doing, because now we have access to the tools, we have access to digitalization, we have, I mean, when you go on your phone, you just search for a place, you can just book flights in the comfort of your home, you can call someone who is miles away ahead of you and talk to them. And so, and we have younger brains, our brains are now maturing, so it's easier for us to learn, it's easier for us to digest knowledge and information, and it's easier for us to connect with other people across other countries. So
I think, can we start to wrap this up so we can keep going on with the program? But we really thank you for your contribution.
So I have a few minutes, I'm just wrapping up. And so I feel like we have a lot to do with regards to community building. We have a lot to do in terms of intersectionality. Women can highlight the intersection of gender, race, and class issues with the movements. Addressing these intersections ensures a more inclusive and equitable Pan-Africanist approach. So for my final words, I believe that collectively, the active involvement of students, youth, and women amplifies the impact of the Pan-Africanist struggle. Their efforts contribute to raising awareness, fostering unity, promoting social justice, and driving positive changes across diverse communities, both within Africa and in the global African diaspora. And if continued with all the needed support, we will be able to progress as a movement and impact the life of others positively. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And hopefully you will stay around so that we can continue this conversation in the Q&A. So for our next speaker, we have Johanna, who is a representative of the National Union of Eritrean Youth and Students. I believe Johanna is with us by phone.
Great. Firstly, thank you so much for the opportunity. I am very much moving around today, so I apologize in advance for the mobile speaking. My name is Johanna Tesfa Mariam Tafaste. I am Eritrean, born and raised in Eritrea. Both my parents are very much revolutionaries during the Eritrean armed struggle. I'm currently living in New York. And I think this topic was very deep for me to ask, because this is pretty much my parents' generation of liberation, freedom fighters, but then also what the legacy that they've bestowed on the young people and how that is rippling into the current generation. So I think the main conversation that I want to have is probably the role of women in the revolution and the liberation of Eritrea against the Derg regime. As we know, every regime of Ethiopia has not been as favorable to most of us in the region, and we definitely had a non-alliance type of movement within Eritrea that was critical. And I think when we asked about why was it critical, wasn't just anti-imperialist, anti-neo-colonial, anti-Zionist movement, but we also found ourselves in an interesting front where we were also fighting the most heavily funded, or I guess the majorly funded institution of the Soviet Union at that time, which was Ethiopia. So interesting crux of history that we found ourselves as Eritreans. But then the question of women was being asked so many times. In Eritrea, we have a saying that if you read any of the books, any of the movies, Eritrean women would say one word, wasine. Wasine meant I've decided. I have decided to take myself away from societal norms, from the objectification of my society, from my role in society as a cultural movement, from what is expected of me from the church to any form of religious oppression, to say, I have decided. And that to me is dialectical even today. And that was the only word that they would tell their families, which was interesting. Sorry, I hope you could see me as well. Which was interesting, to say, I've decided to break away from the cultural barriers, and then go into the Sahel with my male counterparts, with my comrades, and fight for freedom, but also find and seek the truth. So I always take that apart and say, what does that mean for me of I've decided? What am I deciding as someone who has now found herself in a very interesting belly of the beast after national liberation and after having a nation? What does nation building look like? And what am I deciding to be part of? What is the revolution and how does it continue? And what is my responsibility to make sure that I finish what has been started? So instead of kind of going about what the role of women was, etc., I just want to also talk about, in terms of class struggle, the women of Eritrea played very key roles, from hiding letters and notes in their braids to ensuring that some of the comrades that were in prison got the letters that they needed by creating their craftsmanship and having 2 baskets, so moving in 2 basket layers so they can put letters in there, which was a lot of the clandestine and fedayeen operations that they were conducting, knowing that murder was part of the equation, rape was part of the equation, imprisonment was part of the equation, torture was part of the equation. But once again, the statement is, I've decided. I've decided to take part in the liberation. We have many martyrs of Eritrean Liberation Front, one of them being Zainab. Zainab was, they describe her as a lioness in the battlefield and a mother with her comrades. She's a martyr. She was in one of the most critical battles of Eritrea. She had a very heavy flow of her period at that time, which was 7 days. When she was injured, one of her comrades looked at her and he was trying to find where the bleeding was coming from. And she mentioned, this is mine. Find the one that is not mine. Which meant, as women, we also know the internal physiological abilities that we have of bleeding, but also differentiating between one and the other, for our comrades to know that one is ours, but then there is blood or bleeding that, or injuries that have been, subjugated on us by the enemy. So again, I don't even think the question should be valid to say, what is the women's role in the revolution? The women's role is the same as men, the same as any person in any revolutionary front. We shouldn't differentiate it as saying women participated in this. Yes, they were 30% of the armed struggle, but at the same time, they knew what they were seeking, right? And that was the truth. The operations were then dialectical for me to even repel and repeat these histories to say, well, then what is my role? And that is, I think, detrimental. But I will definitely send a few articles of Eritrean Liberation Army fighters that have contributed majorly in battlefields. And their main sentiment was against all odds, but also there's no difference and differentiator of what role they needed to play. So I apologize for being very fast with my conversation. I'm currently in transit, but thank you for the opportunity. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Johanna. Hopefully, I know you have a lot going on, but hopefully you can hang around. I have the last presentation of this panel, and then we'll be going to Q&A. Also, Johanna, I don't know if you can see the chat, but there is a question about the word that you mentioned earlier. If you could respond to that. You can verbally respond, or you can type it in the chat. It's up to you.
I'm going to type it right now. The word is wasine. It means I've decided. And it was the only sentence that women would say. So if the families knew that that was said, it means they've already made up their mind and decision to join the armed struggle. And there was no real question or rebuttal. Even within the elders, the communities, the churches, it was a definitive answer. I have decided. That's
Thank you.
full
So
stop.
We can probably talk more about that in the Q&A, but thank you. And so I will close us out for this first session. So I am here speaking on behalf of the A-APRP-GC and the A-AWRU, the All African Women's Revolutionary Union. And so I will offer my final comments and then we will have Q&A. For this year's recognition and commemoration of the revolutionary life of Kwame Ture, we have chosen to highlight central political themes in his political growth and development, addressing the history, role, and responsibility of African women, students, and youth in the revolutionary struggle for Pan-Africanism, or one unified socialist Africa. When asked about the importance of student organizing in the summer of 1988, Kwame Ture replied with the following. It is an undeniable fact that it is the revolutionary intelligentsia who spark revolution. They do not complete it. They cannot carry it through to triumph. Only the masses of the people can do this with the interest of the workers up front. But it is undeniable that it is the intelligentsia that spark it. If we look at the world, struggles everywhere are being sparked by students. In the United States in the 1960s, it was the students who sparked it. In Ethiopia, the struggle against Haile Selassie. In Tanzania, South Africa, it was students. So students spark struggle everywhere. Yet we say they are not capable of bringing it through to the end. We know the workers are ready at the drop of a hat. They'll fight anytime, and our community can easily be mobilized. But to keep it organized on a permanent basis is a problem. And this is the problem which is the result of the lack of ideas, a lack of ideology. Students are necessary to spark revolution because revolution deals with overturning of values, and students are at the point of production of values. Their job is to institutionalize the values of a society, whether it's capitalist or socialist. Therefore, once students begin to question the values of the society and have the masses rally around these ideas, and as Marx said, make them material reality, I think you really have revolution. Our party, the All African People's Revolutionary Party, has dedicated itself to producing cadre and to producing revolutionary intelligentsia. That's where we've aimed ourselves for the last 12 years at that time. In the upsurge this time around, we're in a better place than we were in the 60s. In the 60s, it was haphazard, but today we know exactly how to direct it. If you look at Black Power was nothing but students going to the sharecroppers in the South. It was the sharecroppers who gave us Black Power, with workers and students combining their forces. Therefore, student sparks are crucial. And this time, when it sparks in America, it's going to go all the way. Now, Malcolm X famously said that we are not outnumbered, we are out-organized. And if any of us who have followed Kwame Ture at any point know that his rallying cry was always to organize, organize, organize. Africa at present has an estimated population of just under 1.5 billion people. African women on average have about 4 children in their lifetime. And in 2020, the median age of Africa's population was under 20 years of age, more than 10 years younger than the next youngest global population, which is in Latin America and the Caribbean, making Africa both the youngest and fastest growing continental population in the world. Currently, around 60% of Africa's population is younger than 25 years of age, and more than a third are between 15 and 34 years of age. Africa's population is equivalent to about 17% of the world's total population. So once organized, African people, and particularly our women, our students, and our youth, will be a Pan-African and international force for peace, national sovereignty, and dignity, the emancipation of women, and the realization of socialism. Kwame Ture is quoted saying, in Africa on the Move said, the efficiency of our action is in relation to the degree of political consciousness that inspires us, to the intensity of our determination, and to the confidence we vest in the creative potentialities and human virtues of our people. The youth of Africa are not only the active link between the past of this continent of ours and its future, they are also a vital factor in the fulfillment of the tasks common to all of us at the present stage, an essential element in our fighting forces and the mouthpiece of the rightful aspirations of our people marching towards their higher objectives, which are the rehabilitation of our civilization and cultural values, as well as social and economic development. African students are miseducated and indoctrinated with the values and outlook of capitalism and imperialism. Social media And also, I just want to note that when we in the AAPRP say African people, we are not just talking about continental Africans, we're talking about wherever we are in the world. Africans, so that includes African students in the US. African students are miseducated and indoctrinated with the values and outlook of capitalism and imperialism. Social media is an instrument of capitalist propaganda towards this end. Social media must be used by Pan-Africanist revolutionaries to educate. Under capitalism and neocolonialism, African students are infused with the idea that an education is for personal or individual advancement. Students are not educated about the truth that their seats in high schools, colleges, and universities of Africa and its diaspora are paid for by the struggles and blood of their people, of our people. African students are not educated that their role and responsibility in history is to be catalysts to advance the mass struggle of our people. Therefore, most African students are politically confused, and it is not a criticism, but a fact of reality. What is needed is a new, inspiring, vibrant, and truthful education, wedding theory and practice. The new revolutionary education must stabilize the feelings of friendship between young people of both sexes and allow them to grow stronger instead of giving way to minor considerations. This mentality does exist, and it will exist as long as school is not linked to life, as long as the teaching is not connected to our country's realities, and accordingly oriented exclusively in the direction of our people's deep-seated aspirations. Our work today is to help with the growth and development of a Pan-Africanist intelligentsia prepared to act as the spark for the mass struggle of Pan-Africanism, or one unified socialist Africa. Students played this role in the mass struggles for national independence worldwide. In France, it is African students and youth who are in the forefront of the struggle in the streets, fighting for justice, and with it, liberty and dignity. Although spontaneous, the rebellion in France shows the hatred of imperialism harbored among the masses, who are like a volcano capable of eruption at any point in time. But our anger and wrath against our oppression and exploitation must be organized. Imperialism can only exploit the disorganized. Without the political education, organization, and mobilization of the masses worldwide, Pan-Africanism is mere idealism without a material base. African students, women, and youth understand that without organization, there would have been neither the family, the village, the nation, the party, nor the trade union, etc. No production and no service would exist. Human labor would have therefore been impossible. We reaffirm Kwame Ture's axiom that students spark revolution. Today, in the era of neocolonialism, we understand that this spark must be for class struggle in Africa and the diaspora, and for Pan-Africanism, or one unified socialist Africa. Kwame Ture further defined the role and responsibility, students' role and responsibility, with an understanding that, quote, all African activists know that our people do not lack unity of action, only unity of thought. Ideological struggle is more rigorous than military struggle. The African Revolution has always placed cultural revolution up front. Conscious elements drawing lessons instinctively understand the necessity of ideological struggle. Students have all the necessary equipment to bring ideological struggle to the forefront with mass participation. We are building a mass party with ideological struggle as the crucial struggle. Those who claim that students just talk know absolutely nothing of the African Revolution. Look throughout neo-colonial Africa quickly and you will find more bloody student revolts than worker strikes. Because of the positions they occupy in society, they recklessly fling their lives against the exploitative systems. They spark struggles all over the world. In 1968, Kwame Nkrumah offered that the youth belong to the revolution. Our universities, colleges, and schools, and enemy-held and contested zones can become centers of revolutionary protests. Students should establish close links with workers and provide the spark needed to set in motion demonstrations, strikes, boycotts, and armed insurrection. Effective student-worker cooperation can paralyze a reactionary power structure and compel change. On our youth depends the future of Africa and the continent's total liberation and unity. This was written in an era of armed struggle against settler colonialism and for national independence in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. Africa's micro-nationalist but revolutionary intelligentsia including students and youth, entered the leadership, galvanizing the African masses' hatred for their oppression and exploitation and their willingness to fight, shed blood, and die for liberation in Algeria, Angola, Cabo Verde, Congo, Eritrea, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, Namibia, Western Sahara, Zimbabwe, and others. Under neocolonialism, this need is unchanged. This must also be true in this era, where for Africans, the struggle for our liberation now from neocolonialism, the unification of Africa and scientific socialism is primary. The revolutionary intelligentsia and intellectuals, African people's genuine intellectuals, are responsible to bring about Pan-Africanism, African nationalism, class consciousness, and with it, the uncompromising class struggle for scientific socialism to all sectors of the African nation. There is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Today, our rallying cry must be for Pan-Africanism, one unified socialist Africa. In this era, micro-national and balkanized neocolonial independence have won. Neocolonialism was and is an impediment to the advancement of Africa and African people worldwide. What African people, those in Africa and the diaspora, lack is Africa's unification on a continental scale. Again, the youth belong to the revolution. On our youth depends the future of Africa and the continent's total liberation and unity. The future of Africa and of African people reside with our youth. Like African women and students, African youth must be politically educated, organized, and mobilized to understand the importance of Pan-Africanism to their lives and that of our people to uncompromisingly fight for one unified socialist Africa. African students, women, and youth must be politically organized, must be politically and organizationally prepared to involve themselves in every aspect of Africa's and African people's growth and development worldwide. Cuba is a sterling example of the force and dynamism that youth bring to revolution. When speaking of the role of youth in the People's Revolutionary Republic of Guinea, as an example, Kwame Ture states that, quote, the task of social reconstruction and human advancement we have undertaken for the benefit of the people of Africa, the generations who will be the heirs to the material and moral legacy of our revolution, which they will have to fruitify for our people's greater happiness. We want our young generations to carry through the Guinean Revolution, and there could be no better preparation toward this task than the ever deeper integration into our people's lives. We must insist on the fact that our youth should in all circumstances behave as militants. Without political education, organization, and mobilization of our people for Pan-Africanism, our people will remain victims of merciless capitalist, imperialist, and Zionist exploitation of Africa and African people worldwide. The emancipation of African women is a cardinal principle in the revolutionary struggle for Pan-Africanism. The struggle to liberate African women from the specific manifestations of their oppression and exploitation must be led by African women themselves. In the A-APRP-GC, this struggle is led by the All-African Women's Revolutionary Union, GC. Again, our primary work is political education. One of our aspirations is to be a propaganda party capable of helping to contribute to the African women's movement. Most important, its intelligentsia, committed to Pan-Africanism, and in doing so, strengthening the A-AWRU and the A-APRP and Pan-Africanist parties and organizations worldwide. Similar to Johanna's point, again, with this question about what the role of women is, I think more of what we are really tasked with is, as opposed to understanding what the role of women is in our revolutionary struggle, is understanding the specific nature of the kind of oppression women face. And how do we think about countering and approaching those issues? And I think this is true both in academic settings and beyond, because the theory and practice of Pan-Africanism has been most clearly observed, documented, and studied and analyzed in relationship to the era of African independence. Pan-Africanism is frequently discredited by mainstream and even Black feminists as patriarchal or masculinist. Kwame Nkrumah once declared that, quote, the degree of a country's revolutionary awareness may be measured by the political maturity of its women. If we take this declaration seriously, we must continuously assess the issues of gender and the role of women in the global struggle for Pan-Africanism. We must interrogate the contributions of and missed opportunities for explicit understandings of the relationship between Pan-Africanism and gender, or what has traditionally been referred to as the woman question. Unfortunately, due to the general public's varied use of the term, Pan-Africanism gets a bad reputation for its supposed lack of women acknowledged as integral to its development. The degree to which Pan-Africanism as a political objective or as an ideology was and continues to be sexist directly reflects the global patriarchal order and is not endemic to Pan-Africanism itself. More work must be done to search for and locate African women in the Pan-African political imaginary to uncover and analyze the various ways African women themselves have taken up and contributed to Pan-Africanism as a political objective. As more of that work is done, I believe we will find that not just the political participation of women, but also gender politics, including gender divisions of organized labor and ideas about masculinity and femininity, are central and not peripheral to the theories and practices of Pan-Africanism that have developed in the United States and other parts of the diaspora. What we must concern ourselves with as we contemplate the struggles for gender equity and Pan-Africanism together is a need to conceptualize Pan-Africanist women as more than nurturers of movements, but also as visionaries and knowledge producers in their own right. To do this, we must not only learn from the rhetoric of Nkrumah and other more well-known political leaders, but assess the work and ideas of the women themselves. Nkrumah recognized Garvey as one of his most influential thinkers and actors in his political development. One of Garvey's most influential co-conspirators was his first wife, Amy Ashwood, who had no qualms about her commitment to seeing a revolution among women. In a 1944 New York-Amsterdam publication, Ashwood wrote that women must realize our importance and unite. Perhaps even more significantly, at the Fifth Pact held in Manchester in 1945, Ashwood participated in sessions on oppression in South Africa, the East African picture, Ethiopia and the Black republics, and the problem in the Caribbean, noting that very much has been written and spoken of the Negro, but for some reason, very little has been said about the Black woman. She has been shunted into the social background to be a childbearer. This has principally been her lot. In response to this shunting, Amy Ashwood Garvey called the conference attendees' attention to a progressive moment of 10,000 Black women in the schools of Jamaica and the women joining the trade union movement in the Postal Service. This demonstrates to me that whatever ways women and their contributions to the development of Pan-Africanism have been obscured, and in some cases made entirely invisible, ideas about women's political contributions and otherwise have been a present and driving force of the Pan-Africanism of Kwame Nkrumah and his followers. Therefore, we are responsible for disrupting ahistorical renderings of sexism as the Achilles heel of Pan-Africanism. Among Garvey's other influential constituents was a woman named Mamie Dimena. Existing versions of her biography identify her as an Afro-Nicaraguan immigrant who rose to the upper echelons of the UNIA. After years of serving as an assistant international organizer and electrifying audiences throughout the hemisphere, she eventually assumed control of all the North American chapters of the UNIA and the editorship of the Negro World. She acted as Garvey's representative in the United States and globally. One of the many causes she took up during her time in the UNIA was the issue of birth control, an issue we understand today to be a feminist issue. For Dimena, birth control was first and foremost a class issue in that women's access to family planning was limited by their impoverished material conditions. She argued for the creation of birth control clinics where the women of Jamaica would secure the necessary knowledge so easily obtained by those who were able to pay private physicians. Many women will acquire a general knowledge of the care of their bodies through the work done by the physicians. They will receive much instruction, so much instruction that they would otherwise be deprived of, and which would be a great contribution to family welfare. So she says, why not give a fair chance to every child that is born and the right to every woman of voluntary parenthood? This is one of my favorite stories. In his autobiography, Nkrumah recounts that much of the success of the Convention People's Party had been due to the efforts of its women members. From the very beginning, women were the chief field organizers. They traveled through innumerable towns and villages as propaganda secretaries. They were responsible for the most in bringing about the solidarity and cohesion of the party. He recounts that when he was imprisoned in jail, the party was in a critical organizing period, and he learned of a woman named Ama Nkrumah, who concluded a speech that she made by taking a blade and slashing her face. She then smeared the blood over her body and challenged the men present to do the same in order to show that no sacrifice was too great in their united struggle for freedom and independence. We must consider here that if women were indeed the chief field organizers of the CPP, then this organization grew rapidly and wielded significant power, then women were literally the face of the party's recruiting efforts. Their success is at least some indication of the willingness of the general Ghanaian population to not only accept, but also promote women's political participation, and perhaps to a lesser degree, follow women's lead. We conclude as Kwame Nkrumah, did Kwame Nkrumah, as he transitioned to our revolutionary ancestors, he left us with these words in 1971 in Romania. Quote, "The African people in solidarity with comrades in every part of the world have the means, the ability, and the determination to banish once and for all imperialism, neocolonialism, settler minority rule, and all forms of oppression from our continent. A unified and socialist society in which the African personality will find full expression can and must be constructed. There is victory for us. Whether we be students or youth, men or women, we must remain steadfast in our principles and do our best to struggle for Pan-Africanism until our last breath. We each have a role to play. Students and youth must assume their historic role as a spark and a catalyst played in the struggle for micro-national independence. As women and men, as lifetime revolutionaries, it is our duty to nurture that spark, to fan the flames of revolutionary change in order to realize our revolutionary objective of Pan-Africanism, or one unified socialist Africa." Thank you. So I am now going to turn it over, I believe, to Walimu Keita, who is going to facilitate the discussion portion for this panel.
We want to thank all of our panelists for their contributions to the program. I think we find they were excellent. At this stage, what we want to do is to allow you all to have some opportunity to ask them questions. We do want to emphasize that we're looking for questions and not necessarily, statements or presentations from our guests in the audience. And so if you have any questions, this is the time for you to ask.
Yes. Hi. Thank you for opening up the floor. I just wanted to make a comment and to ask a question. I really enjoyed all three presentations I listened to earlier. I wanted to find out from the young lady from Ghana. I was really intrigued, and I'd love to hear more from her, perhaps through the organizers. I am in Ghana, and it is true what she's saying about the young people not knowing a lot about Pan-Africanism, and that's by design. Even the curriculum is heavily guarded by the colonials here in Ghana. So much so, well, famously, Nkrumah's books were burnt and supervised by the American ambassador at that time. So there is a concerted effort to make sure that young people don't know about Nkrumah, don't know about Marcus Garvey, don't know about all of those things. And anyway, so my question to her, and she doesn't have to answer it just now, but to think about is how do we really get through on a wide scale to young people? And also, I wanted to comment that based on what is happening in the region, it is young people who are pushing, who are being the catalyst in this change. Because we are 10 years younger than everyone else in the world. The average age in Ghana, apparently the median age is 15, as young as 15, not even voting age yet. So,
can you go ahead with your question, please?
Well, that was a question. That was a question earlier about how we can fast track getting young people are more aware of Pan-Africanism and the need to embrace Pan-Africanism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sister, would you like to respond to her question?
Yes. Well, for me, I feel like we can create a lot of programs. For example, me being a radio presenter, there are a number of on-air programs that we can partner with the local broadcasting corporations and preach about Pan-Africanism. We can also organize online webinars where we can educate them and let them know how important Pan-Africanism is. Also, as she stated earlier on, most of the syllables do not have history. I mean, most of our histories are not even in our books. Growing up, I didn't get so much history. I learned about my history from my parents. And so I feel like the education and awareness need to be preached from the younger ones. It needs to be inculcated them from younger. So it can be in the books, we can publish books where we can talk about our history and the history of other African countries as well. Also in the tertiary institution, our colleges, we can also connect with them and preach to them about how important it is to be Pan-Africanist. So these are what I have so far with regards to the question.
All right, thank you, my sister.
Thank you.
Are there any other participants who have questions? Okay.
This question is also to Makeda. You know, Makeda, you spoke about how Pan-African ideas and the Pan-Africanist youth being treated as a threat or some type of a political threat in Ghana. How do you interpret then these efforts from the government to encourage repatriation to Ghana by Africans in the diaspora and granting of citizenship, you know, which seems to be in alignment with Pan-African ideas? So how would you interpret that for us?
Please, can you repeat the question?
I was saying that you spoke about how Pan-African ideas and Pan-Africanist youth are being treated as a political threat in Ghana. And yet, you know, from my perspective, for instance, over here in the United States, I see how the Ghanaian government has been, you know, extending invitations for Africans in the diaspora to return back to Africa, to embrace their African identity, to receive citizenship. And so that seems to be in support of Pan-African ideas. So how would you interpret, you know, that situation and that particular, I guess, you know, outreach and thrust of the government?
Well, I believe what the government is doing is a nice initiative, calling people from the diaspora to come and help. Well, to be honest, there's always a secret behind that initiative. I'm not saying what the government is doing is bad. I think it's a good initiative for other Africans to come together and build. Well, their intentions, to be very honest, is to just exploit them. Because then when they come, they bring in revenue. We get revenue from they come in through immigration. They come in patronizing the local community, patronizing the restaurants, the hotels. It's just revenue coming in. The only issue is that once you come and you start to, you know, do something else contrary to what they expect of you, they will see you as a threat. But then again, the mission here is to bring all Africans together. And so I don't see why this should be a threat to the government. If only your movement is not politically affiliated. So most often we try as much as possible to not include people who have political standings with other political parties. We try as much as possible to be ourselves, preach about Pan-Africanism, like the Asajifo movements. I mean, Kwame Nkrumah had his party, which was the CPP. And so we are different from them. We are not a political party as CPP. We are a movement that is trying to preach Pan-Africanism and trying to let the youth and the younger ones who are coming up know that we can still do it regardless of our bad leadership. So the message is what is important. What the government is doing, we don't care about that. As long as the people come, we get to meet them, we get to try and pass our messages across to them, and they go back and they do the same, and they come back and we move on. What the government is doing is different. What we are doing is different. So you're always welcome. Just know that you try as much as possible not to engage so much politically whenever you come.
Thank you. Are there any other hands? I think we probably have time for one additional question or so. And
Brother Sundiat. Brother Sundiat.
Yes.
Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Gerald Pereira, I know it's question time, and I'm a panelist. I just want to briefly say something here quickly. The sister's reply is a very good reply. It's fair. What we are witnessing, you have to understand the class character of the ruling party in Ghana. It's a center-right party committed to neoliberal economics and a facilitator of imperial plunder. And what she said about inviting Africans in America to come home, it's all part of getting revenue and investing and so, right? And what we are witnessing, that is the fake Pan-Africanism that we have seen today, that you have in Uganda, Ghana, and Rwanda, and so on. We have to be very clear about it, because what we are witnessing is some regimes are trying to neo-colonize. We're witnessing the neo-colonialization and the neo-liberalization of Pan-Africanism. So we have to be, as Kwame Ture say, revolutionaries need to be crystal clear when we are making analysis of these regimes.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. I think we have one additional hand.
What is the position of the ECOWAS members of this forum and the Niger coup?
If I understand, I would like to get the position about the coup d'etat, the ECOWAS measure, or what? I want to be clarified.
Yes, the coup in Niger, and
Yes.
whether or not ECOWAS will go to war against the coup.
Yes. So in general, we condemn the coup d'etat. We always condemn the coup d'etat, but sometimes even the members of ECOWAS knows that there is some coup d'etat. In spite of the military coup d'etat, there is an institutional coup d'etat who are being done in the ECOWAS members countries. If we see the country like Ivory Coast, they modify the constitution, and this also is a kind of a coup d'etat. If you see the causes of the coup d'etat, if you see how people have been oppressed, how the terrorists has been liberated by the president, how people has been run away from their country, how the economy has been destroyed, how people has been killed, how nurse has been killed in the village, how teachers have been punished by the terrorists. We know that the coup d'etat is a kind of a liberation for the people, because of people is so many punished, so many oppressed that they claim the coup d'etat. Then for them, according the system, the neo-colonialist system that France is maintaining our country in this system of neo-colonialism, we are getting our gold, we get our uranium, we get our mineral resources, but we don't get any benefit. We are the last of the world, the countries in the world. So ECOWAS make an human measure against Niger people. They have done coup d'etat in Mali. They have done coup d'etat in Burkina Faso. But France see that is the last way for Niger to lose Niger. It's because of that he's going to finance this coup d'etat in our country by ECOWAS. So the problem is we are facing a real situation because the measure is going against the population. We get no believer, Christian, Muslim. All the majority of the people in Niger is against this measure. Is because of that we say that we have to stand up and make a unity and struggle together and going against this weapon of France. These weapons of France is ECOWAS, is UMOA, is basic. So they make us to make us so in the bad mood. In this situation, the economy is very bad, and they also make the terrorists in other areas of our countries in order to disturb the military, in order to disturb all the population. So people understood that France is the cause of our problem. It's because of that we are against ECOWAS. And we want the dislocation of ECOWAS because it's not for the people. It's not human. It's not for the economy of West Africa. That's the problem. That's why we stand up, we make a revolution, and even ECOWAS come to make intervention, military intervention, to pull Bazoum from this jail. Who can do that? He's a human. No sense. You see, camera. That's why people are together to liberate this country against this system. So there is many people like Alassane Ouattara, people like the president of Nigeria, of Benin. They always know that all the people inside their country are against the intervention. But as they are the weapon of the neocolonialism, as they are the valets of France, they are the soldiers of France, ECOWAS cannot exist. We have to destroy and make a new Pan-Africanism which can liberate all Africa. For us, the existence of ECOWAS is not important for us because it's humanity for us and not for the people. We have to do an organization like Pan-Africanism who can liberate to all Africa. But if you see how ECOWAS make this measure, cutting the electricity, as we get a convention between Nigeria and Niger, and they close their eyes on this convention on the river of Niger, and they follow the France idea, and also to punish our people economy. If you see onion, the onion is spoiling the transportation of onion. If you see the economy, every product who are not conservatable in this refrigeratable is spoiling. So that's why we are standing together and say no to ECOWAS. And we say that we are on the military, and we will follow the military to fulfill the objective till they get to fulfill the objective to get our free in our country. And we will make it like we get the solidarity of the organization of people like you. We are very, very committed to be in the real way. So I have been in Cuba, and I have seen people who are in this organization of communism of Cuba, communism of Canada, communism of USA, communism of Australia, who are taking some books about Thomas Sankara, about these authors, Black authors of America, who are against neocolonialism, who is getting the idea of a revolution against imperialism. So we have to get this kind of idea, and we know that we will fulfill our objective by this Pan-Africanism, by sensitizing people, because most of the people don't know how we are condemned by France, by this 11 bad convention. If you get money, the money have to pass to the treasury of France. If you get the basis can be exploited in Niger, can be implanted in Niger. If you get another mineral resources, they have to be controlled by France. So all this has been denounced by the military. So we say that this is a way of liberation. This is the way of getting free. This is the way of struggling together against imperialism. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. And with that, I think we'll close our questions. If you have any addition, you can put them in the chat so that we can move forward with our cultural presentation. We thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Thank you to all of our speakers. So we are going to have about a 10-minute clip of music to share. It's a little bit of a transition between the two panels. And so then we will resume as soon as the clip ends. So if you need a bathroom break or something, this is the opportune time to take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Revolution.
Sibe moya munye right. Come on, sir. Hule, kita, kilame. Hirwata, tamarumo, rumo, asicha. Where were you when I'm fit? Where were you when I'm there? So far, skitchy. Emoye, so far, skitchy. Etati, kichi, kichima. Sipram Konto Alliance. Shoot to kill. Gamaza. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa. Brr, pa, pa. Attention.
All right, so hopefully everyone has had the opportunity to take a breath, take a bathroom break, get some water. And so we will move on to our next panel with the general focus, a continuation of our first discussion with the general focus on lifetime revolutionaries. So our first speaker is Flavia Marquez with Somos Venezuela and the Afro-Venezuela Network. So Flavia, if you could unmute yourself, I will pin you and the floor is yours.
Hi. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I was having trouble with my internet connection. I'm happy I was able to come back. I hope you can listen to me very well. Let me know if it start cracking down so I can maybe close the camera.
You sound
and
great.
well,
You're good.
Great. So the ancestors are cooperating as usual with us. Thank you. Well, I was listening the panel before. It was very interesting for me to learn about different point of view of the struggle in Africa, and also coming from the Palestinians. It's always super interesting, these points of view, because generally, especially a Palestinian issue, people do not tend to connect it to Afro issues. Well, my name is Flavia Marquez. As Layla said, I'm from Venezuela. I'm in Venezuela right now. I am a diplomat by training, career diplomat, but I am also an Afro activist, and I am the national coordinator of the Afro-Venezuelan network in a political party that supports PSUV called Somos Venezuela. We are Venezuela. And this network was just created inside this party. This party is a center-left party that has believed that it's not enough to be a party, but you need to have a network of movements from different areas with their own activists to keep the struggle and to make it legitimate. My connection came back. I'm going to be brief, so we don't have this situation along my speech. But I was saying that the different thing about this party, which is of course a left party and was created by Nicolás Maduro recently after he won his presidency after President Chavez died, is that is also a part of the party is created by networks. For instance, we have LGBTQ plus network, ecological network, and the Afro-descendants who was recently created last year. Regarding the issue of today, I was talking to my friend Lee, telling him what should I speak about, because I don't want to center this only around Venezuela and the struggle and what we have done regarding the Afro issues. And he gave me a very good advice I'm going to follow. I'm going to tell from my point of view and the point of view of Latin America especially, why and how you became a revolutionary, why you choose to follow this path, especially being a young or started in your youth years. And I was listening to one of the previous panelists saying that it was for her difficult to say how women would have a special role inside the revolution, because we are just part of the revolution everywhere. and that's the way it is. But regarding youth and women, I would say that we can bring different perspectives, ideas, strategies to any revolution. When you are youth, you have a different role because you are more free than your ancestors because they were first. For instance, I will put my kid on. Today my kid of 11 years old is a boy, and we were watching a TV program earlier about the Afro and the hair, the Afro hair in Venezuela. And it was so happy for me to see how my son, who has Afro hair and wear it for school every day, we don't cut his hair. It has been a struggle to feel proud about it and feel natural that that's part of his identity and that he's entitled and nobody can tell him different. That was not my story when I was in school, and I'm only 44 years old. So it was not that long ago in the 90s that in my school, they told me I didn't look serious enough and I have to put my hair in the right way, straighten it, put it in a ponytail or whatever. And I did because I wanted to be free of trouble. So I think the youth have a special part and a very unique one because they can start thinking from a different point of view that all of us and our ancestors started because they opened the ways first. Second, regarding the woman, of course, we bring difference to the table now because it's not the same. And I know Layla read a very interesting dissertation about Black feminism. It's not the same to be an Afro man. I'm not even talking about white or, feminism and how it started with a white woman. I'm just saying, like, it's not the same to be an Afro man, to be an Afro woman, and the perspective or subjects or themes that we can see that men just can't because we are different and we complement. We are not fighting or competing, we complement. The third point I would like to bring to the table is Latin America. Most of you know that in Latin America, and especially Venezuela, which I will talk about because it's where I am, it's where I was raised, and I was born, racism is silent. Racism is covered by this work, mestizaje, mixed, which is a political mechanism to make you feel you are so mixed that there's no racism because we have a little bit of every race. And so you lose yourself in that mix and you don't realize who you are. And that's where we live in Latin America and in Venezuela, even today. So regarding Venezuela, being a young Afro descendant, the first thing you need is to be empowered, is need to be educated, to put apart something that you don't even realize, because since the attack sometimes is not that frontal and people will tell you, no, you are being segregated because of a social class issue. It's not that you are, negro, Afro, whatever. It's not related to that, it's to economics. And you grow up with that. So the first thing is you have to have education to put apart what you never knew you had, which is one of the things one has is this shame, ethnic shame. And you don't even recognize yourself, your body as an Afro, being a woman especially, or a man, and all those expectations that society, good or bad, have about you that put you in different, spaces. So, okay, so once they recognize you, maybe they think they recognize you, then they say, okay, you're Afro, dance to the drums, sing. You must be a great sport woman or man. So the young Afro-descendant population in Venezuela is building a new kind of resistance. Of course, first thing is education, the classics. And in the case of Venezuela, whatever that means, I won't say unfortunately or fortunately, the first place we look up to is United States and the civil rights movement and Black power, which is sometimes a challenge because of language barriers that we have as an Afros around the world, especially as other barriers we tend to have because we are Afro descendants, and we of course didn't have the chance, not because of course we don't have the capacity, you know what I mean, because we are the majority of the population in jails here and there. We are the families that have been broken apart and all of that. So please do not misunderstand me. So we have been building resistance to our appearance, to our hair, to the way we dress. And this is new for us in Venezuela. This is new for us in a lot of parts in Latin America, especially in South America. Maybe for you all, it's like, of course, we have that in, you know, in the United States, or we have it, well, in Africa, and we are clear about it, but we are arriving to this issue later. We are late for this. Why I said this? Because even with the revolution, and I think some way, I don't want to judge, but it's my point of view. It was also the case of Cuba and other revolutions. When you have the important things in front, you need to leave other things for later because they are not so imperative or important. And that's what happened to the Afro issues in some revolutions in America in general and the Caribbean. So the issue has been relegated, put behind others. And then in my country, at least, now we have the gender issue being influenced in every policy as it would be, but we still don't have the Afro or the rules that have the Afro perspective on them. We have an anti-racism law. We even have an institute against discrimination. With Chavez, the issue was put on the table. Chavez recognized himself as an Afro-descendant and was the first president of this country to recognize as such. And that was a war, a social, political, and mediatic war in my country when that happened back in 2002, more or less. Why? Because people start saying that this was not an issue before because we were all mestizos, we were equal, and that he was bringing hatred to the table. So people, by looking at themselves different, hate each other. And of course, this wasn't the truth. When, thanks to Chavez, we started looking at our independence history, and we learned we have heroes, Afro-Venezuelan women and Afro-Venezuelan men, and slaves that were free themselves and helped the independence process. And we were even able to bring them to the national pantheon along with all the other heroes, mostly whites and men, that helped our independence along with Simon Bolivar. The first one we can recognize in our history, I won't go long on this, but maybe you have listened to some of this name, where the Afro women that were in charge of the early teaching and welfare of Simon Bolivar, we were Hipólita and Matea Bolivar. They have been recognized at presidential levels, a key role in the independence. Then we have different leaders like so Andrés Sote, Juana La Avanzadora, Juana Ramirez, that lead their way in key battles in the 1800s. Black people that were strategies, not only help the white leaders of the battles, most of them, like El Negro Primero, who is in our currency. We have a black man in our currency, our paper currency for the first time. He won this nickname of Negro Primero, like black first, because he was the first in front of all the cavalry to attack, and he was so successful winning battles around 1821, who was a key battle in Venezuela to win the freedom, Batalla de Carabobo. So we start learning on that in our history books because that was covered before. We didn't even realize it. What we bring, if you read a book from I don't know, first grade to sixth grade, it was only like, well, the Afros bring food, culture, music, and that's all they bring to Venezuela. It's like we were not good enough to do anything else. So the struggle we have in front of us right now is very complicated. Afro-Venezuelan population is the third in the continent. First, you have Brazil. Second, you have Colombia. Third is Venezuela. But when you go to look up the census, you will see, like it's the case of Dominican Republic, I could say, that people do not recognize themselves as an Afro or Blacks. They call themselves whatever other mix you can imagine, coffee and milk, colored tamarind, mostly white, la, la, la. But when you go to the genetic, when you go to the phenotype, you are Afro-descendant. And the last 5 years, Venezuela have been, politically speaking, passing through very difficult time regarding sanctions. I'm sure most of you know all the sanctioning we have been suffering since President Obama named that Venezuela was an unusual threat and legalized in the United States the sanctions, especially in our oil industry. We are an oil exporter country mainly, and all the internal and civil disturbance and warfare we suffer, the sabotaging that ended with breaking relations with the United States and closing our embassy there, etc. This has created in our population, in our young population especially, a lot of effects. Part of our young population emigrated, other part reinvented themselves and start learning about their own roots. Because when you are in a position when you don't have goods, when you go to the supermarket, it's not even that you don't have the money, but there's nothing to buy because of the blockade. We are still suffering, but it was pretty bad 2015, 2017. You start reinventing yourself and you start learning from your grandma who was an Afro woman and used cassava for this and that, and sweet potatoes, and all this knowledge that make us strong. And then you start, because you cannot afford anymore those terrible chemicals for our hair, for instance. So then you learn, you discover and rediscover your hair, not only being a woman, but being a man. But along that path, you also rediscover all the negativity around that new way of resistance, I could call it, or I want to call it, which is, well, now I use my Afro every day as a man or a woman, and now I don't understand why in the school they tell me that my boy has to go with a gentleman haircut. What is that? How you can explain what is a gentleman haircut and why my boy with his curly hair is not a gentleman haircut? And even if I go further, if I go to the gender, why if boys and girls are the same and have the same right, how come boys cannot have their hair long if I want to? So all of that is burning, growing, bubbling in Venezuela right now. And of course, we have been being witness last week. I don't know if some of you, maybe you didn't see it on the Instagram platform. We had the case of a famous singer, Afro-descendant, Venezuelan Afro-descendant singer that went to a restaurant during the day to drink some wine with his friends, and they let them in, but they want him to leave and told him he couldn't stay inside because of the way he looks. This raised all the alarms. Community expressed themselves from all the political tendencies united around the issue of this act of racism against this young man. And one of the things I realized is that even that this man is, He's very knowledgeable. He had learned about the Afro resistance, and he didn't know his rights. He didn't know this institution against discrimination existed. And this institution exists in Caracas since 2010, more or less. And he was able to, go ahead, sue the place or open a legal process to make a demand or sue and finally get an indemnization, or they can get sanctioned about what they did, because there's a law that we recently, by the way, updated 2 years ago. And that was amazing for me. It is a call for us that are in the activist movement inside, because sometimes we are in Venezuela, especially because of this continuous attack by the European Union, by the United States, by other powers, to try to say our truth outside our boundaries, that we do not realize how much we need to empower our own people yet, not only the youth, but all of the sectors, and education. Why our census, when we were able to include for the first time the question about being Afro-descendants, did not show that we are more than 55% of the population in Venezuela, because people was not educated. So for the next census, we need to have the people in power, and we need to have all of them empowered in their rights, and to identify, in our cases, when are you being segregated? When are you being a subject of racism? Because what is happening is, and I will close with this, because I just wanted to tell you about different topics so we can open a discussion and maybe you can ask questions later. What is funny is that in Venezuela, for instance, because I know that probably for most of you is something very weird, you have never suffered or you have never seen, because there are different ways of racism. It's that when you go out to dance for dancing, they won't tell you. It is because the way you look. It is because you need to pay $150 to enter, because you need to buy this and that. It is because it's a private party. It is because we are full. And when you are young, when you are 18, when you are 21, you just want to have fun. You don't want to cause trouble. So you move and continue to the next one, because maybe what I used to tell to myself was, oh, maybe because I don't look that, you connect it to the class issue or classification. I don't look classy enough. I don't show I have enough money. I didn't arrive in the right car, or well, it's like it resumes to I'm not enough, but you don't realize it. And there's not always someone around you that help you realize it. Not for you to be angry and go against it in an illegal way or violent way, but to make, well, motivate you to have your own place, if that is the issue, so you can feel free to have your small business, to help your back. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
Sorry, I'm finishing now. So that is very important. And I say it because I have friends. For the first time in 2020, we were able to choose Afro Congresswoman and Afro men as Congress people to our National Assembly. Not before, not even during Chavez. Not because we didn't have Afro representation, but because we didn't have people that recognize themselves, politicians, to exercise power and, have a voice, raise their voice, be inside the structure to defend the issues, the Black issues, or the Afro and then challenges, etc. The other one is an elder. I always tell them, you had the blessed to have parents and a family and power without shame in their ethnic inheritance, awake politically and racially speaking. And that was not my case, for instance. And that was not the case of my family, my cousins, and a lot of people that I know that study with me at the university or is with me in the diplomatic career, which is lacking so much of Afro descendants, for instance, in my country and in different countries, but I'm talking about mine right now, that you don't know how lucky you were because we arrived late to that. And we can see how people just grew up thinking that you are fat. It's not that as your body shape because you're Afro, or that you are not good enough because you don't have money, and it's not because of that, because you can have the money, but it's the way you look, is race, is this structural racism. We need to keep fighting in our institutions and everywhere we found it. I will leave it to that for your time, and I will be here for questions later.
Thank you so much, Flavia, for contextualizing what's happening with Afro-Venezuelan folks in Venezuela and the Bolivarian Revolution. We're going to keep moving. So next we have Tatiana Palacios, who's a representative of the Afro-Colombian community. Tatiana, if you are ready, you can have the floor.
Okay, first, I would like to say thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure for me to be here talking to you all. Layla, remember you so much. You guys need to come back to Colombia. Many changes happening lately. And saying hi to all the other guests that are on this conversation. Well, first, my name is Lady Tatiana. I'm a legal assistant for the Afro-Legal Commission of the Congress. Colombia has a huge advance when we talk about laws. Talk about congressmen. Right now we have a Afro-Legal Commission with 33 representatives and senators on it. We've been working really hard to make possible this. We have a Black vice president. We have the Law 70, that is the one that is helping all the Afro in Colombia to get all the benefits and all the rights that we deserve to know. So it's been a long time. It has been many years, almost more than 50 years fighting in a community that is totally segregated. But finally, we are getting to that point. We're getting to the point that Afro community is being hurt, that we have 33, like I said before, congressmen working for that, and that we're going to every corner, every city, every town in Colombia, that we have Afro people. We get in there and we are bringing them health, we're doing all the housing improvements, we are doing agricultural improvement, we're doing health improvement. It's been really good for us for these years. I don't know if you have any questions about how the commission works or what we're having to do, what we're planning to do next.
So this portion, we're just gonna give you a little bit of time to present, but if you stay around for a Q&A, then we will bring everybody back in with the rest of the speakers to do a Q&A.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so are you concluding your remarks? You're good?
Yeah, pretty much. It's not too much to say right now because I'm waiting for the questions. We having problems with the Afro community like in everywhere, but Colombia has been successful. I mean, having 33 congressmen working for us here in Colombia is a blessing. It's a great blessing. We have the Law 70, like I said before. The communities are getting much better, getting to that place that we have we had 3 Black ministers. It's going pretty good for us here. And I hope that all the countries in the world could have the same exercise that has Colombia right now with the Congress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tatiana. Okay, so moving right along, we next have our representative from the Organization for the Victory of People in Guyana, and that is Gerald Petty. Please tell me, please correctly pronounce your name. I'm not pronouncing it right, but you will now have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, sister. And revolutionary greetings to all the participants. I must congratulate you on the theme. It's very relevant, and it is something that, you know, as for those of us who've been in struggle for ages, we have to address it. We have to focus on passing this baton on to the young people, to the youth and students. I do agree with the position that students are the spark of revolution, but that is not something cast in stone. We also have to look at context, changing circumstances, shifting dynamics, and what have you. I'm a product of that period when I heard James Brown singing, "Shout it out loud, you black and proud." The Vietnam War was on. Kwame Ture, who was then Stokely Carmichael, came to Guyana. We did not go back to school on the afternoon, the Friday afternoon. We went to hear him, and he delivered a powerful talk. My journey, because I want you to know where I'm coming from, my personal, political, ideological trajectory started roughly at 15 years, trying to struggle in reading the manifesto. And then I joined a youth organization, the Young Socialist Movement, and that was it, never turned back. It was socialist and Pan-Africanist from day one. This is the times today. What we are seeing now it's completely different. Take, for instance, in Guyana and the Caribbean. It is very difficult, extremely difficult, to get university students to turn up to talk about Pan-Africanism. And we do a lot of work, and we are very, very militant, and we work hard, and we know how to get our things done, both from mobilizing and doing organizational work. But you know who we are attracting? We're attracting those that Fanon referred to as the lumpen proletariat, those so-called the class elements that the political parties, the traditional, the bourgeois-oriented parties and others do not address. And they are coming over to us in droves. But what we are doing is conscientizing them, giving them political education, so that they know, right, who become these cadres, who become students, can go out and do the work that must be done. Across, the universities in the Caribbean and in Guyana, they're sleeping. In fact, part of the neoliberal project was to transfer the university from academy into a corporate entity. So what you have is big business financing the university and influencing the curriculum. So take, for example, a subject like history. The UWI campus, the University of the West Indies campus in Trinidad, no longer offers a bachelor's degree in history. At the University of Guyana, they had scrapped it years ago, and they tried to resuscitate it, but they never got it off because they said they had about 11 persons wanted to enroll. But what is happening is this emphasis on the STEM subject, because the idea is to dumb down. Nothing is wrong with the STEM subject, but if we do not have training in philosophy, radical in theology and the humanities and so, then the ability to think critically, we will not have it. We will not have it, and it will never develop. So this is something that is deliberate, something that is being pushed. And there are forces behind it. There are forces that are pushing this. But getting back to what I said earlier about the trajectory, because the sister from Venezuela mentioned the issue of race and class, and race was always put on the back burner, and we overemphasize our focus on class. But that has been something around the Marxist tradition for decades. You had that problem in the US Communist Party with Padmore and other sides, and CLR James and all of them. But I think their revolutionary projects are waking up to it. I think the Cubans know about it, they've addressed it. they are fighting it. They will tell you that prejudice exists, and that exists across Latin American societies. The battle in Venezuela has been not just class, it's about ethnicity too. And the same thing in Ecuador and in Colombia and in Bolivia. But when my early days, we were caught up on this emphasis in class and class and class, and just treat the race issue as something secondary, until years after we started getting into serious reading. And then Kwame Ture, that I spent day hours with, and the long time when I was residing in Libya, Kwame Ture brought to light so many things. Like, you know, we examined the question of the 3 laws of dialectical materialism that Marx didn't discover that, he observed it, and that scientific Marxism was not necessary. Part of the scientific socialist tradition, but it's not that a scientific socialism is not synonymous. And we move and we looked at the class issue, so class and race. And I don't like the term, I don't use the term intersectionality, and so because it's very fashionable, but we rather talk about web of oppression along class, gender, religious confession, as well as race. And yes, Kwame was a great teacher. So we looked at this, we examined it, and we realized that our Pan-Africanism must be linked with the struggle for revolutionary socialism, for the unification of the African motherland, and along with Africans in diaspora. So we're clear on that. And I want to say this, right? That when I saw this meeting was called, you know, when I pop and I saw the A-APRP's have it, I said, but Brother Shango or Lee did not contact me. I'm going to forgive them. Sister Layla, you're excused, but these brothers, you don't leave the OVP out of anything the A-APRP Guinea-Conakry is going to is having, because our relationship, my relationship with the A-APRP-GC and Brother Bob Brown and others, it goes back to decades ago before we formed the OVP in 2014. And we look forward. I'm always happy to work with the A-APRP-GC because over the years, you've always taken principled positions that are consistent and non-opportunistic. And that's why we're always happy to be associated with you. I want to share something quickly with you. Recently, there was a meeting, a gathering in Barbados, sponsored by the African Union Commission on Reparations, the CARICOM government, CARICOM countries, Secretariat, as well as the Caribbean Pan-African Network, of which I'm an executive member. But we have some big differences there. And what I found at that gathering, that meeting in Barbados, I couldn't believe it. Some of the most reactionary statements that I have ever had the misfortune of listening to was at that gathering, and it came from diplomats like the Ghanaian ambassador to the African Union. And that's why I mentioned about Ghana earlier. And brothers and sisters, what is sad is that the people that are involved in this and who sponsored this gathering are people who are part of a project, as I mentioned, to NGOI's Pan-Africanism, the Pan-African Project. Good. They are engaging governments like the regime in Rwanda, the regime in Uganda and Kenya, as well as Ghana. So I made it clear to them that we need to open up to the government and peoples of Eritrea. What about Zimbabwe and those African countries that are under sanction, but they don't want to go there because you see, they don't want to antagonize the hegemon. So they play these games, right? And it's part of it's deliberate. They present themselves as Pan-Africanists, but there is no concrete program. There is no systematic program or platform. So how do we dismantle these neo-colonial plantations that we call micro-nation states in the Caribbean? Nothing about that. So we have a lot of work to do. and we have to organize the young people, but we cannot negate, we cannot ignore the corrosive, how bourgeois ideology is corrosive. We are well aware that after the collapse of the Eastern Bloc, of so-called existing socialism in the Eastern Bloc, many who were pro-Soviet, all of these parties in the Caribbean who were this and that and pro-Soviet, they lost their way when the Eastern Bloc collapsed. They're now born again liberal Democrats. They advocate neoliberal economics, right? But we must say that when all of that was going on, revolutionary formations like the All African People's Revolutionary Party, Guinea-Conakry, and many others stood firmly. I can recall in Libya at the time when the Eastern Bloc collapsed, and you know, Muammar Gaddafi said socialism didn't collapse. The march of it has just begun, and Kwame Ture was there. So if the Europeans abandon socialism, they're a minority of humanity. We don't have to abandon it. We are saying that socialism is the way forward. We have one choice. It's either socialism or we'll sink into civilization or catastrophe. And for Africans, we are seeing this decisive movement, what is happening. As Bob Brown loved to say, Africa is burning, and it is burning. And I would like to say it here, that we have reformed the new World Makaba, made up of Gaddafi loyalists and activists all across all across Africa, and as well as loyalists, Gaddafi loyalists in Libya and who are in Tunisia and various parts of the Sahel. And we came out, we've issued a statement, which I will share with everybody. We have a group, and we came out openly in support of the coup in Niger. Unapologetically, we support it, because in the absence of any organized revolutionary so-called vanguard, that vacuum can be filled by other revolutionary and progressive forces. And the military, nothing is wrong with a coup, but it depends on the direction of the coup. And we can see that this coup, the leaders of the coup in Mali, in Niger, as well as in Burkina Faso, are carrying this struggle in the tradition of Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara, and Muammar Gaddafi. They have taken their statements, we have seen it, they have taken principled anti-imperialist positions, and we must support it. We must support them. It is clear from what we are getting reports on the ground that there's tremendous support for the leaders. And we as Pan-Africanists, revolutionary Pan-Africanists, and I draw the line because revolutionary Pan-Africanists are also socialists. And we are fighting to dismantle neocolonialism. And part of that, in order to dismantle neocolonialism and to mobilize against it, we have to be clear about who are the real Pan-Africanists. And we should never be fooled, or not allow ourselves to be fooled, by the types that you have in Uganda. Yoweri Museveni, Paul Kagame is former CIA asset and still a CIA asset, as well as the one in Kenya that the police just cracked down and shot hundreds of protesters. They are not Pan-Africanists. They're not Pan-Africanists. If they are, then they're the Pan-Africanists in the tradition like Senghor, Maputo, and maybe like Jonas Savimbi. But we know who we are, and we have to be crystal clear. And this is the message we are taking to the youth, because many of you are aware that in the Caribbean, we are dealing with TikTok philosophers and TikTok political analysts. People who don't read, they don't study. And again, the A-APRP must be congratulated for always having those work-study programs, training your cadres. And that is what we are doing. And we have the likes of Omar Johnson and others, the so-called Prince of Pan-Africanism, and who said recently in Barbados, it was shocking that he's the greatest Pan-Africanist ever. That is the type that is coming out here and misleading the young people. So we have a lot of work to do, because it is clear that individuals like the one I just mentioned are working for certain forces. And in leaving, I just want to tell you this, that gathering in Barbados, one of the organizations that financed it was the George Soros Foundation, the Open Society Forum. Right? I only discovered that when I got there, and I didn't like it. But what I'm saying is that we are being infiltrated at all levels, and we have to be vigilant, and we have to guard against this type of vigilance, as well as to, there is no substitute for organizing and for educating the young people. And that is our focus. We are not a traditional party. We just contested elections to get our message out, but we are not a traditional party. We focus a lot on community work, consciousness raising, and getting young people who are unemployed into self-help projects. And I'll stop there.
Thank you very much for that contribution. And hopefully we'll have a rich discussion in the Q&A. So our next speaker is a representative of Friends of the Congo, is Passy Bass. If you are ready to speak, then you may have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Passy Bass. The true name is Passy Bass. I'm a musician. I'm a teacher, educator, and revolutionary from Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And it's a great privilege for me to be invited and to participate to this panel. And the first thing I would like to do is to introduce myself, how I became a revolutionary. I'm from the eastern part of the Congo, where the genocide from Rwanda has influenced so far the armed conflict, which led to 6 million of people who died so far. There is armed conflict, which was just directed by Uganda and Rwanda. So, and this is from the imperialist support by, these two presidents. A comrade Gerald from Ghana just said it. And this is my inspiration. So I was inspired. I was motivated by this armed conflict, because I grew up in harm. I saw in armed conflict, I saw people dying, being massacred, being slaughtered. Even the first teacher who initiated me to the drawing skill and to the music as a talent, so a talented person, was the person from Rwanda, and he was slaughtered. And this is my motivation to revolutionary. So I started questioning myself about the origin of armed conflict in Congo. And this is the reason why I understood the history of Lumumba, why Lumumba was killed. And I discovered that Lumumba was killed because he was initiated to Pan-Africanism by Kwame Nkrumah and Sékou Touré. Sékou Touré and Kwame Nkrumah sent Andre Blouin to Congo to come and help Lumumba, who was a revolutionary, because Lumumba was killed by Mobutu. Mobutu was supported by these imperialists, as you know. And this is my interest in Pan-Africanism and revolutionary. And I was inspired after reading the history, after going through some revolutionary theories. I understood that the contribution of Kwame Nkrumah and Sékou Touré is very, very important as far as the development and rehabilitation of the African culture and the exchange of African values are concerned, especially when we look at love and solidarity between Sékou Touré and Kwame Nkrumah. Remember that Kwame Nkrumah, when he was chased from Ghana, he was welcomed by Sékou Touré to lead Guinea. So they co-led. So he was a co-president of Guinea. And this is an example. So for me, I was inspired by this kind of values. So African values, Pan-African values are very important for us as young people to sensitize the masses. I'm also a musician, and as a member of Friends of the Congo, I organize so many activities on the ground with the collective of artists, and I try to sensitize. So I take some messages from these values of these Pan-African leaders, and I try to teach these messages from my school students, high school students. I also go on the ground with artists, and we try to sensitize the masses. And we also work with vulnerable people like street children, just to raise their awareness about the change of Africa and the change of the DRC. Because Franz Fanon said that if Congo gets developed, all Africa will be influenced, because we have minerals, and we can help this country to become a superpower. And that's why you can see the armed conflict in the Eastern Congo is continuing, and they are not allowing the DRC to get peace. This is how I try to struggle with the support of Friends of the Congo. I also connect actions on the ground here in DRC with some Pan-African revolutionaries from Cuba and other Caribbean countries like Venezuela and Brazil, Haiti. And I remember in June, we organized, for example, a conference where we were discussing about the African Child's Day, and we tried to connect all these Pan-Africanists so as to create a blog, to create a kind of connection. So as far as Pan-African values are concerned, connection is very important, because we need to change. We need to change the countries from the grounding and creating a network. And this is how I work with Congo Love, and Friends of the Congo, because Friends of the Congo works in Congo with other organizations. And for me, music is a means of popular education that helps learners, that's how students and the whole population to acquire the knowledge, apart from besides the classrooms, because when you play music, you can easily transmit the message. That's why you can see in my themes, and I'm going to finish, if you allow me, I'm going to finish with one or two of my songs, just to tell you the messages that I transmit. So I try to sing songs that help people to acquire Pan-African values, because we need to sensitize the masses. I compose songs like African Congo. Africa in peace, we are strong. Congolese united, we are strong. Africa in peace, we are strong. Tolingana, tosangana. Africa, tolingana, pana ya Congo. Detokotonga mboka na biso wowowo. Tufate mfano wa Patrice Lumumba. Tufate mfano wa Kwame Ture. In peace, we are strong. Congolese, in peace, we are strong. Africa united, we are strong. So that's the way I try to sensitize the masses, thanks to music and other arts productions. This is the way we work with Friends of the Congo, and we are trying to make some scientific activities like the understanding, the teaching of the history of Pan-Africanism, and the sharing of the speeches of these Pan-African leaders like Kwame Nkrumah and Patrice Lumumba. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing with us your music also. And we will come back to all that in the Q&A. So last but certainly not least is a representative of the Free Haiti movement who joins us quite frequently, and we're happy to have her again today, Izili Danto.
Yes, thank you. I am. Honor and respect. It was a pleasure listening to all of you. I heard the lady from Venezuela. it allows me to go into things that I've talked about for a long time. And some of the folks that talked about how socialism has been weaponized against us. The gentleman that mentioned George Soros. But before I even start anything, this is the week of the Haiti Revolution, and honor and respect to all revolutionaries. In the name of Jean-Jacques Dessalines, our liberator from 300 years of European barbaric slavery, Henri Christophe, General Toussaint, and all the women of the Haitian Revolution, which I teach about this whole week. And I urge all of you who want to know what the Free Haiti movement is about. We have tons of information out there. But since your theme is about, it mentions students, before I go into where Haiti is today, where the revolution is, what I do, may I tell you that on August 14th, 1791, 232 years ago, the Haiti Revolution began. And may I emphasize that it's Haiti, but the Neanderthal, the vulture, the white supremacists, they pronounce it hate for a reason. So for those who would like to correctly not do the colonial narrative, it's Haiti. Sometimes I still, say Haiti also. So I understand. And these are the problems of colonialism, right? That's engrafted on our bodies, in our language. We are destroying ourselves by even speaking the white supremacist, slaver, colonists' languages. So we understand that perfectly. And so we are a step. We understand that we are a step for the next generation. And the women and men that started the Haiti Revolution 232 years ago this week, it started with a Vodun War Council. And what's critically important and resonates with this meeting here is that that was the first Pan-Africanist Congress in the time of enslavement, the first. And it has a lesson. That lesson was that the European kills us through divide and conquer. So he was there in West Africa, forcing certain Dahomians to go in and fight the Oyos to bring people to the Caribbean, to Portugal, to Haiti, and so on, right? But when they got to Haiti, the Dahomians, the Congolese, the Oyos, the Hausaus, all of us on August 14th, 1791, and the legend in Haitian Vodun is it was 21 nations, African nations that came together as one, who were divided and conquered in West Africa and in the Congo by the European, right? He constantly will have an ECOWAS, a bunch of integrated Negroes, puppets, who are going out for self-interest and who will sell out their own family. And that in Haiti, on August 14th, 1791, at a Vodun ceremony that started, officiated by a Essien priestess named Mumble Inan. Their names are not in your history books. This is what I do. Mumble Inan. She presided over that first Pan-Africanist meeting, Vodun ceremony. When we went back to who we were, we chose not the Abrahamic murderous male cults, but our own indigenous way of being, not a religion. We don't evangelize. Who was there and why does it matter? for today's Pan-Africanists. The overseers were there. The free Blacks who were free, some of them who even had slaves, were there. Toussaint Louverture, Biassou, Bookman, and Makeda from the Congo, Maroons, who had Maroon settlements already. Some people say Haiti is a Maroon settlement. In essence, that was recognized by the Europeans. So the women of the Haitian Revolution were very young. Marie-Louise Croix-David was only 10 years old. I say that for the youths who are listening to me. She would eventually marry Henri Christophe, the greatest general and builder of Haiti. Henri Christophe was 24 years old. Capois-Lamont, another general who helped at Vetier, the last battle where we beat Napoleon's army on November 18th, 1803. He was 30 years old. Cécile Fatima, another priestess, was either 16 or 20. Sanit Belair, Sergeant Sanit Belair, who fought in the revolution. This woman, she was only 10 years old. So the war and the example is that the Black woman's children and the Black male's children are being destroyed. And it's 2,000 years of destruction that brings us to here. But Haiti still holds on. We still fight back. For those who want to know who I am, I run the Free Haiti movement. I am a trained lawyer. I started out as the attorney of I was born in Haiti, left, my parents were fleeing Duvalier's dictatorship because the United States was supporting this terror, just like they support the terror right now that they're trying to bring against the Niger coup, Mali, got all of that. The US has been doing. They were complicit in the murder, just like the UN was, of Lumumba. And so their template, the white settler nation and Western imperialist template, is that they play hero and villain, right? They give you their Jesus, their white savior, and then they sent them to Africa. And a lot of Africans believe that they are benevolent and they're looking for Santa Claus. Free Haiti, we are the descendant of these revolutionaries, these young children, these elderly women, Dédé Magritte, who actually belonged to the Catholic Church. And like Queen Nzinga of the Congo, she used that to fight back, like Campovita. So you can, the lessons of the Haitian Revolution is wherever you stand, you can use whatever your standing is to fight back. Because Bookman, who was an overseer, began the Haitian Revolution with all of these other folks and was the first leader of the Haitian Revolution. Imagine that. You are not going to be taught that by those who teach us his story, right? Imagine if he taught the integrated Negroes in Rwanda, who are the new Konzes, the new house Negroes in Africa, who are presently now, Kenya is presently now trying to, or at least their masters are trying to get them to come to Haiti to be the next UN to try to give a racial front to the destruction that's happening in Haiti. So first Pan-Africanist meeting, and Bookman, the leader, said that we must throw away the image of the white man's God and listen to the voice of liberty that sings within our hearts. Dessalines said something very similar, and I urge you, the greatest hero, the greatest revolutionary to us, bar none, Jean-Jacques Dessalines. He understood the assignment. He made one mistake, and that got him assassinated 2 years after the revolution. He left the buffer races there, and Pétion and Boyer would end up killing him and assassinating him. Castro learned that lesson and sent all the elites to Miami, where they spent their whole life trying to kill him, but he died in his own bed. And that's one example for the young man, Ibrahim Traoré, to understand. They're going to all come. They've done it before, right? Some of you talked about the Kwame Ture in these spaces back in the 60s, in the time of Lumumba, right? Mali, Ghana, Niger, Senegal, Chad, all about to move towards the same revolution that Patrice Lumumba worked towards. But at that time, for some reason, we still thought that the white man, you could talk to him, that he could create an organization like the UN, and that would help us because that's what it says on paper. But we Haitians know there is not one word the white man writes on paper that he is ever going to recognize once he has destroyed you and weakened you. The only way he will do that is if you have leverage. And that's what I search for as the head of the Free Haiti movement. We are searching for leverage. Back in the day of the Haiti revolution, a family went to war. The Daydays, this Catholic laity headed by the priestesses, who during the day, they showed the man the servile, shuffling Negro he feels psychologically comfortable with. That's what they showed him. They were the hospitaliers, which means that each of the plantations had a little hospital. These women were the herbalists, the midwives, and they're the ones that would put back together the 6-year-old boy that Neanderthal sodomized on the regular, or the 10-year-old girl that he would get pregnant so that he could have more property. Those women played an unheralded but very important role in the Haitian Revolution. Just like today, the women in Africa are the economic backbone of the family, not the World Bank. That and the diaspora remittances. Once we understand the truth of who and what we are, and this forever fight, because of his fear of whatever, genetic annihilation, but he is annihilating us. We look at North Africa and we see it. We look at Argentina and all of the Americas, and Haiti stands a Black republic in the middle of the buffer races, in the middle of all of that. And I'm going to tell you something that no one else is going to tell you. We are winning. And the evidence is what they call the Biden program. In my estimation, there are 4 nations that are still fighting back neocolonialism in the Americas that the US is afraid of. And they've put all 4 of them in what they call the Biden program. Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti. And we have no ally like the other 3 with nuclear power, none. 232 years, and they have tried to erase us like they've erased Palmares of Brazil. I run the Free Haiti movement. My parents left Haiti because of Duvalier. I was raised in the United States. I went back as the lawyer for Jean-Bertrand Aristide, the first democratically elected president of Haiti. I lived through, since 1994, 2 coups d'etats that the US sponsored with their agents. They're sort of Paul Kagame of Haiti, like Guy Philippe and Cedras. 1991 and 2004. 2004 was the 200th bicentennial of Haiti's independence, and that was the first time France came back and put boots as soldiers in Haiti. So believe me when I tell you, as the descendant of Jean-Jacques Dessalines, there is nothing that this white man will not do. You know, they tried so hard to kill Castro. The CIA, like, they still, you know, even when they're dead, they're still turning in their graves because they didn't get it done. So they preach forgiveness, they preach redemption, they preach love, they never live it. We know that. Why do we know that? Like I said, I've lived through 2 coups d'etats by the American duopoly. Thousands of Essien dead. Between 2004 and 2006, 20,000 were killed in Cité Soleil, in the neighborhoods, to have what we have today. It's a trajectory. So if you go to my social media pages, you go to my Twitter, I actually, we've written to the Kenyans who they're trying to bring to Haiti right now so they can have a racial front. Listen, there are 6 nations. The United States doesn't do its colonialism by itself anymore because it doesn't want to be exposed, right? It learned from the civil rights movement, right? It controls the media. It controls the non-for-profits. It controls a human rights organization. And the people, the children, the elders, the soldiers, because a lot of the soldiers that came to fight the Haitian Revolution came from the Congo. They were military men and women, the Dahomians. And so what are some of the lessons from that very quickly before I tell you who are the 6 nations who make up the core group of enslavers in Haiti right now? So these revolutionaries understood, like I said, Bookman came from Jamaica. His mother, his family were Maroons who fought in the Taki Rebellion back in 1760. Haiti was the place that they deported all of the so-called rebellious Negroes because the lifespan was between 3 and 6 years. But Bookman did not die. He grew up, he became an overseer that gave him the ability to travel and to help organize the revolution. He was patient. And we are patient at the Free Haiti movement. Thousands of my people have died. As a lawyer, I spent between 2004 and 2006, most of my time getting folks out of jail. They put Lavalas in jail. The United States reinstalled the Tonton-Macoutes in the form of civil police and so on, right? They trained them. Haiti is run right now really by the United States. It's a US-led colonialism, right? But they want to share the terror with France. So the 6 nations who are part of the core group who run everything you see right now in Haiti are former enslavers. 3 of them we beat in combat from 1791, and the revolution would start August 22nd. So we are in the week of the Haitian Revolution. The United States, France, Canada, Spain, Germany. You know what's important about Spain in terms of being the first to colonize the island of Haiti in 1492. So Brazil, which is why we don't use the word socialism, right? Because a bunch of these countries say that they're socialists. France. And we as Black people, me as this Black woman, I promise you, race first, always for me. This idea of class, we don't deal with it at all. And I'll give you some examples. Recently, Russia brought in a white man to the UN to explain to people the situation about Haiti. And he's a communist. So the communists in Haiti they have nothing to do with the Free Haiti movement, the socialists. They are with George Soros. They were part of the coup d'etat of 2004. That is what we have lived. And they always use class. And that's why I found it a treat to listen to the sister from Venezuela. They always use class to confuse you. And I always say, give me a communist or socialist, I'll show you someone who's being financed by a white person. And that's what we have in Haiti. The NGOs will not finance the Free Haiti movement, but they will finance PAPTA. And all these people are responsible in helping the coup d'etat that brought in the terror we have today. We used to have a direct election, a direct democracy, sort of, right? We were coming from 30 years of US-sponsored dictatorship, and Aristide came in and he was legitimately elected. The United States never wants a popularly elected leader anywhere, because that means that that person is going to want to look out for the interests, the local interests of his own people. So they bring in these technocrats, right? Right now we have a dictatorship. The United States loves it, right? Ariel Henry is a prime minister dash president, right? And he was put in by the core group that I just told you. And the core group, and this is what I mean when I tell you that there's no organizations, no human activity that the white man does that's not about domination. That is his culture. No matter what he writes, no matter what his academics say. Jean-Jacques Dessalines understood that. Toussaint Louverture also understood that, but he thought he could actually go and somehow find a conscience in the man. He kept saying, I don't mind being a colony. I just don't want to have slavery. They killed him for that. Napoleon killed him for that. And then they met Jean-Jacques Dessalines, who said Black independent nation. So there are two trends in Black liberation. There's those that, like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. So you either have Toussaint or Dessalines, those who want to integrate into the system, the profit over people system, and those who say, no, we are going to do something different. And I will tell you that difference. So right now, the OAS, the UN, and the EU are the three organizations who have representatives in the core group. So you can just essentially say the whole entire world has come to destroy us in Haiti. But we know one thing. We are original to the planet. We are cosmic people, and we learn from the priestesses. We learn from Toussaint. We learn from Christophe and Dessalines. So how did they do this? There are three things that comes out of the Vodou War Council that began the Haitian Revolution, besides the Pan-Africanism that's never wavered, ever. You'll never see an Haitian say, I'm Oyo, I'm Congo, I'm from Niger, I'm from, no, they all say Haitian. We became one. And we hope that Africa erases all those lines that the Neanderthals put with the Berlin Conference and become one. That's the first lesson of the Haitian Revolution, because that is the only way they're going to stop the Eurasians. You see, because as head of the Free Haiti movement, I spent about almost 17 years trying to get Russia and China to veto the UN horrible genocide in Haiti under their mission called Minister, and they never did. It took a very long time, and a lot of us dying of cholera brought in by the UN. They left, some people say, an estimate of about 1 million babies abandoned. Every time we have a military, they rape our women, our children, and then they leave the pregnancy to the woman. And those children are now the gangs. Those children have no connection, poor things, to the Haitian Revolution. This is how they destroy us. They'll bring in all these different nationalities. And then when they leave with the UN, you are left with Haitians who are half Brazilians, half Congolese, half Nigerian, and they don't know who they are. And so the apartheid, that is, so we have the Mandela, which is the stranger that came into the universe, and their thing is profit over people. They may have sex with you, but they will sell their children like they did during slavery. Mandela is the colonist, the white colonist. Bafioti, this is in the Congolese language of the priestess, because nobody says what is it that she said? Ebwa Kaima, we know Bookman's prayer, right? She said, Kunga Mandela, Kunga Bafioti, Kunga Najoki. We got to kill the colonist, kill his Black collaborator, and neutralize all these Najokis. The Najokis are the human activities that he uses to manipulate us, confuse us. And what are those human activities? They're all his, Neely Fuller called them, he had 6 of them. They for us, they're all his right? His economic system, right? Slavery, triangular trade, now free trade, now neoliberalism, all of his isms, his education system, his religious system, his media, his military. These are all the systems he uses to maintain white supremacy. And at Wakaima, that was the template that we must know as Pan-Africanists. More than that, Haiti was more than Pan-Africanists. See, Dessalines did not create a republic. That was the French. That was Pétion and Boyer. And I want Pan-Africanists as a leader of the Free Haiti movement, as a descendant of these revolutionaries who've done things that unparalleled in world history. Why is it unparalleled? Our revolution, my people's revolution, and we have paid in blood for 230 years. We are ostracized throughout the whole Caribbean. They hate us. Everywhere in the world, our name is hated. Haitien, they call it Haitians. They hate us because they've been educated into or brainwashed to not want their own freedom. As I was saying, right?
So forgive the interruption, Izzy. We're approaching 4 p.m. and I know we're gonna do a little bit of Q&A. So I just wanted to ask you if you could wrap up your remarks and then we can bring everybody, the other speakers back in. Sorry.
Yes, no problem. So essentially, the core group runs IET. They are now looking for a racial front in Kenya. The Bahamas and Jamaica have said, you know, they will join and make that money. But I just want to let you know that we're not fighting for a republic. We're not looking at these Negroes who are running to go into these fake elections where they have now these gangs like Jamaica has had since 1976 who control the vote, right? We have apartheid in IET. 98% of the local economy is controlled by the buffer races, the Syrians, Lebanese, and Israelis. They control the shipping lines, the custom houses, the banks, every level of element of what nation is. Dessalines and the women and men and the Maroons, they had this. This is what we fight for. La cour combite, jardin vive. That's our socialism, right? It goes back to Africa, right? Combite is when we work in cooperation with each other. We have la cour, which is family compounds. There's about 200,000 of them in IT. Vive means that every human being has the right to self-defense and to live. Jardin means everyone should have a piece of land to create their own food. So those are the things that the Maroons had. That's what we fight for. We don't fight for this republic that's captured by the core group in the EU and so on. We fight, if you want to know what it is, in his 1805 Constitution, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and his Declaration of Independence on November 29th, 1803, and his Declaration of Independence again in January. Look at those three documents. He created an empire of liberty, which meant that even white folks, as long as they fight for freedom and not terror, they are Black. All Essien are Black. Black means lovers of liberty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I now am going to turn it over to Walimu to facilitate the final Q&A of this session. Thank you to all our speakers.
Given the time that we have, we just want to take maybe one or two questions. And again, I reiterate the thanks to our presenters for their presentations. So if there are any questions, the floor is now open for them.
Yeah, Brother Sundiata, I'd just like to briefly comment on 3 points raised by Sister Danto. Greetings, Sister Danto, love and respect. Kwame Nkrumah, in that great book he wrote, Consciencism, Kwame Nkrumah pointed out that Christianity, as well as Islam and others, are all part of the African experience. Now, I think what Nkrumah was struggling for, Nkrumah understood, is that we have to build unity, and unity was important. So we were not prepared, he was not prepared, or that the Pan-Africanists were not going along the line to divide ourselves along religion. Sekou Touré was a Muslim, an outstanding revolutionary and Muslim, and so was Gaddafi. I do not agree with you as a trained theologian. I do not agree with you, and who has done tremendous work in African theology and Black liberation theology, James Cone and others. I do not agree with you with the use of the term Abrahamic cult religion. Kwame Ture was very fond of quoting Michel Aflaq, the founder of the Arab Socialist Party, when he said that none of the Abrahamic faith or the monotheistic faiths emerged out of Europe. First of all, the Abraham himself that you made reference to was an African, right? You need to research and read the outstanding African-American scholar, Wesley Muhammad, on Black Arabia. The original Arabs were Black. The so-called Middle East or Arabia was part of Africa. They were the Arabs, the original Arabs were Africans. Black Africans, but not all Africans were Arabs in the same way. You know, Yoruba are Africans, but not all Africans are Yoruba. So we have to be careful with that. Another thing is that when our ancestors came, when they were captured and enslaved, there were no Christians. Christians were not brought because the only Christians were located in Ethiopia. And Ethiopia, the Ethiopian tradition, the Ethiopian Orthodox is completely different to Roman Catholicism. Many, yes, you're right. Many of those who came from Congo and other areas in the Hopi, but also a lot who came to the so-called United States and Guyana and Brazil and Suriname were Muslims. Hacking Quick documents this in the role played by Muslims in rebellions and insurrection. In fact, Muslims gathered, Africans gathered, Muslims gathered one night to commemorate the Eid ul-Azha, and they were plotting to burn down. It was an insurrection to burn the plantation and kill. And the masters got wind of it and slaughtered them that night. Every year, the Jamaat al-Muslimin in Trinidad commemorate that. So I will be very careful with that. I will be very careful with that. It's divisive, and it's, I think, what we have to do. Yes, religion is, as Kwame Ture and Sekou Toure and others said, there it has a liberatory character and role. And like everything else can be hijacked. What we have to do is to recapture the authenticity of the liberatory message and free it from the right-wing and wicked forces that have hijacked it in the name, instead of tossing the baby out with the bathwater, with the bathwater too. Class and race. Well, you can ignore class how much you want, but it's a reality. It will not go away, it exists. Race and class are powerful dynamics. I am not a Marxist-Leninist, but race, I know how it works and I know class work. And I can tell you, and I agree, and I've seen it, that Kwame Ture said in that clip that Sister Brown showed, when he said that one of the most corrupt bourgeoisie on this planet has been the African bourgeoisie. Let me tell you, from my years of activism, that the biggest obstacle in the Caribbean to Africans completing, right, pursuing the path for true independence and achieving total emancipation has been the Black bourgeoisie. The Black bourgeoisie. They have political office, and yet they're prepared to serve not just the imperialists, but their own class interests. And we have to understand that they can mobilize you around race for their own ends. But at the end of the day, the class struggle is real. And thanks to the A-APRP, that revolutionary tradition of Nkrumah and others of acknowledging class. Nkrumah did not pay attention.
Sorry, do you have a question?
Just let me finish, sister. Nkrumah did not pay much attention to class until he wrote when he was overthrown, and he understood the dynamics of class. So it's not going to go away. The other thing you said, that Russian communists, Russia is no longer communist. Russia is no longer communist. We live in a world that we need to realize that we cannot construct and live in our head, right? Take, for example, I love Gaddafi, I love what he stood for. But if Libya had, there was a scenario where Libya had a military base from Russia, Gaddafi would have been alive today. That is what made Assad survive. African countries, Nigeria, and many others voted for that no-fly zone and betrayed that country. And that country stood by itself for 9 months and withstood bombardment, thousands and thousands of bombs, right? And the African Union stood by. I am saying that in today's world, President Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso recognized it. We are not pro-Russian or pro-anything, but we have to see that the forces, the way they're aligned, and make use of them. You have to recognize that, as Walter Rodney pointed out, that Eastern Europe and Russia was never part of the enslavement project. They were never part of it. Of course, the world is built around Anglo-Saxon supremacy, and if the Russians are referring to them as the Anglo-Saxons that resolve problems.
My brother, can you kind of close up now?
Yeah, so I'm saying we have to be careful, because with all respect from you to you live away from the struggle, sister. You live away from the struggle, And the nearer you are to the struggle, it is better. Sometimes the distance can make us lose what is happening in our focus. I just want to share that. And, you know, let us address history rather than histrionics.
May I respond?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. I repeat and reiterate my entire piece. And I'm going to go through your 3 points and say that I've never read a woman who went around looking, who fights white supremacy, who doesn't understand why the Abrahamic religion that have excluded women, period.
That's not true.
Made them.
Excuse us.
I know I
Okay,
listen
go
to
ahead,
you.
go ahead. Okay.
Because that's a very Abrahamic thing when you don't listen. Let me just say one more thing. I repeat and reiterate that in our experience, in my experience in running Free IAT, that in every space they use religion to destroy the revolution, to pacify and keep us silent. And that the Abrahamic religions have been used to kill the Black women, more Black women and Black men than any other element doing slavery. I stand on that statement. I would also say that on August 14, 1791, people call it liberation theology, the Vodun gathering that brought together this Pan-Africanist movement. That is the only successful movement where the enslaved replace their terrorizers. I would also say with regards to class, I repeat and reiterate that class has always been used, this socialist idea. The white liberals have always come in and weaponized it to use it against the Black race. I've seen it in IT, and I gave you the recent example of how Russia went to a white man when we're here, we're a Black nation, to come and present to the UN about our situation because he was or is a socialist. And no, I understand very well.
But Russia's not socialist.
Communism.
Excuse us.
So for me,
We don't
and
want
I
to create
don't
this
use the
dialogue.
lexicon of Black bourgeoisie, I just don't use those lexicon. And I've just told you what we use. We know that Toussaint Louverture stood for Black ruled French colony. But Jean-Jacques Dessalines stood for Black rule independent nation. I've also told you that part of the template for destroying white supremacy is to destroy, neutralize, or stop the Black collaborators. You could call them Black bourgeoisies if you want. I call them Black collaborators. And finally, with respect to the Eurasians, yes, Russia was one of the first nations to recognize Haiti. We recognize that Russia has never been a colonizing power. But we also recognized, and we have lived this, that in 2021, the puppet Haitian government went to Russia, not Russia, he went to Turkey and had a bilateral agreement with Turkey. And then came back, and through that connection to Russia, he was looking for allies, because even the puppet Haitians, the Conzes, the House Negroes, they come to a point where they realize that they are forbidden to do anything in the interest of their own people. And Jovenel Moïse was assassinated by elements of the US government and their puppet government, their puppets in IET, the political party that replaced the democratically elected president, PH Taka. You can read it in the New York Times, whether it was the CIA, the DEA, all of them had a role in that. And my point was that when he died, yes, he was the first since Duvalier to recognize Russia through Venezuela, Joseph, 1 month before he was killed or assassinated, Jovenel Moïse recognized the Russian ambassador and brought his letters to Haiti. That was the same Russian ambassador who was the ambassador to Venezuela. He was killed for that. We were looking for Russia to denounce that. They never said anything. And I'll give you the other point to say.
Didn't begin to wrap up, my sister.
No, we are alone. We're not saying that Russia, we cannot, because our ancestors used the divisions between the Eurasians, between the Western Europe, right? They had so many flags, right? We fought under Spanish flag, under the French flag, until we won our freedom. We know we need allies. We know who's the lesser evil, but we're not stupid enough to not understand racism and the racism of Russia, the racism of white folks. We know it, we lived it, and that's what I'm saying to you, that all those isms are used against us. Yes, we recognize we need allies. Even the puppet president of Haiti did that also. Okay, right now we're waiting to see, as Kenya tries to come to Haiti, what Russia will do. They have asked Haitians to voice, what do we want? We say we don't want a military intervention. The United States understands, because of the war in Ukraine, that they may get a veto right now because it is in the self-interest. But we're gonna watch and see. We're not sure what Russia will do. And I'm telling you, as someone who spent 17 years begging Russia and China to veto the UN occupation of Haiti, that right now, they haven't done that. They did not do that. That's from experience, it's not from theory. And so I say to be very careful with what Wagner is doing in Mali.
Can we wrap
because
up?
Yes. So be very careful, Africans. Yes, one is less imperialistic. That's very true. But you have to have a leverage. And this is what I teach my people. What is our leverage to get Russia to help us? What is our leverage to get the United States to stop doing what it's doing? And we believe in self-reliance, and we believe beyond the communist, the socialist. We believe in people to people. We have gone people to even the core group nation people to build alliances in a different, non-traditional form, because we, Essien, have seen how all of these words, socialism, class warfare, are used against us. Thank you.
Anyhow, you can go, sister. I want to agree with you.
Excuse me.
Right, so we'll leave it there.
Excuse me. And see, the thing is that the nature of question and answers is for that. I think for the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, we know that there are going to be different analysis and ideas from the various organizations that we invite. But this is not the forum for which those can be resolved.
Agreed.
And so I would suggest that we have given sufficient time for question and answers. It's just unfortunate that we could not involve more of our guests, given that reality. But I think time dictates that we begin to close our program for today. And so on behalf of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, we can be contacted at A-APRP-GC.org or at info@A-APRP-GC.org. We think it's very important. The question of political education and organization is really the focus of this particular program, and all our seminars are about raising the consciousness of our people, not just from the theoretical standpoint, but to actively involve them in the struggle for the realization
Correct.
Pan-Africanism, the total liberation and unification of Africa unto scientific socialism. And so that is our intent. We are very thankful for all of those who have come to participate and give us information about the respective struggles in which they represent. And again, we must unite on those things that we find in common and figure out how to resolve the issues of those things of which we disagree, because it is all about the liberation of Africa and African people worldwide. So I guess I'm going to turn it back to Layla and allow her to kind of close us out. And again, we thank you very much.
Yes, so at this point, we are concluded. I have no more contributions to make. So, but I do want to mention that all of the organizations that were represented today, there are links to the work that they are doing on our site. So if you're looking for more information on any of the speakers who joined us today, please, if they didn't mention it, if we didn't drop it in the chat, all of their information is available on our website, A-APRP-GC. So thank you to all of our guests, all of our contributors, and to everyone who stuck around today, and hopefully we'll see you at the next event. Thank you.
Thank you and the APRP for bringing clarity amid such much confusion. Thank you.